Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is a Suraj Singh from Bharat, India. On this day of August 22nd, 2020, Saturday, to all my friends around the globe who may be interested to share this talk or to view this video, respecting profession of engineering, civil engineering, and related interdisciplines. Because there are various reasons, and particularly in this country there are many reasons for that. We have to improve that in every respect, and we are not to that mark as we should be. Unfortunately, we are not to that mark we should be, and we have to be. That's what's there. This study guys show only for information that there's something that's authentic, and if somebody plays with my website, this page, on others, as I know, there are many people many people who play with these websites. I would like to say that if this is my real website, actual website, COVID, there's nothing more to say. COVID, we have Bharat India crossed already something unacceptable. In fact, but it's ongoing. Nobody can stop it because it's beyond human control. It's beyond human control. No one can stop that. If something is beyond human control, no one can do that. And human has been defeated by COVID, in fact, till now. Human has been defeated, and COVID is proof that there is a nature, there is a superpower which is almost all in all and overall and above all, and whatever you can say. There is no one in this world that can defeat that. That's the fact of life, and if we don't accept that, we cheat ourselves, we keep ourselves in doldrum. That point is very important to be understood. And if you don't understand that point, we lose everything. No one can fight with nature, no one can fight with God, and no one has capacity to fight that even. So, you may say that every day I repeat same. No, I don't repeat same. I just try to remind that every day is new, you know that, but every day you get another life. Every day you get another life, and that's what we say. COVID-19, we say it's a virus on virus, engineering management, or organization, or challenges, or you can say, human thinking and quality, human thinking only result. You say human thinking only result. Human thinking is only result. It's very important that we should use this power of thinking. Many people think, but they don't care for this. General specification systems, quality, structures, and soil, and all that every day. We talk of that, and we continue to talk about adding values to that every day. Every day we add something to that, and that's where we say life is like that, and we should move on that. That's life. I'm not saying anything extraordinary to you. I'm just trying to refresh everybody, because we have all learned, guys, all learned people. You're not, here to learn. You're all learned in your life. You learned what I could not learn from Italy. You have learned that much in life. Learning and learning is life. When we say learning, it means not only theoretical learning, but also virtual learning, practical learning, applied learning, you can say. Without application of knowledge, you cannot virtually You cannot, in reality, learn something. Learn is knowledge, theoretical knowledge, application of that knowledge, or you can say practical application or practice of that knowledge. When you do something and you learn from that by virtues of practice of what you learn in your education or otherwise. Every day we learn also. That is different learning, social learning, national learning. You stay in some society, I also stay in some society. This society is not my personal, but that is a mandate to live in that society. Otherwise, where shall you live? You have to live among those peoples. Even if you don't want to live with them, you have to live with them. Because there is no way out. I suppose I don't want to live here. I have what option? I have to leave this place and live somewhere else. And suppose I don't want to live there as well, then I have to go to somewhere else. So this goes from one place to another place, then to another place, and like this. But there is no end to that. Everywhere I shall not find society to my idealism that is known to me and that is known to you as well. Your idealism shall not help you. My idealism shall not help you. COVID-19 is proving to be best teacher of world. I'm just referring it for some explanation. I got something, from some very high person that COVID is doing this and COVID is doing that. It has broken society, it has changed society, it has changed this and changed that. And some people are upset. We have changed our society, everything is gone, we have nothing. And a degree of depression is evolving, and you can say about majority of public of world. It's not confined to this country or that country. It's to all people of world. Some people are happy with that and some are not happy with that. Those people who want to live in high profile, so-called high profile society, they may not be happy with that. Those people who are not of that level, means who are working class, very low people, low middle class like me, they may be happy with that, at least because we have lost nothing. Like person like me, okay, a job is something else. It depends on your age and your requirement, demand. But other than job, what you live in, but living out of 24 hours means how you lead your life among society or among an imagination of your own. Means it's very big topic I'm talking among imagination of our own, because it's very easy to live with people. Those people, your circle you call it, social circle you call it, whatever way, neighborhood or state area, or moving from one place to another place every day just to meet people. That type of society which people actually like. All world people, 90% up to 95% people like that. And particularly youth, they prefer it excellently, because they have to see, each one of them has to see their fiancés or girlfriends or boyfriends. They do that. Now that state, that social state has been broken, and it is not per option of those, but per requirement. That's a requirement, not an option. And if you don't comply with that, it's only you as an individual be subject to impact of COVID-19, which has actually, I should say, COVID-19 is really a powerful blessing, a powerful boon to world. Though it has taken lives and is taking lives, yet you have to pay for something if you want to change. It's same it's charging us a lot to barricade us from those luxuries, from the superfluous extravagant used to spend. Because sufferers are those who want to meet society every day, who used to sit together every day to having drinks and to have other lives, or to go to certain clubs, all that, or go to have certain parties. Means those state of society, that state of society has diminished, marginalized, and I don't think it shall be resumed in near future. It's remote. That's what COVID-19 has delivered to us. It has, without telling us, without expressing to us, it has told, it has intimated, it has passed a message in codification that change yourself, change your conduct, and behavior and your style of living. COVID is not getting any benefit out of that, but world is getting benefit. In a couple of months, drastic changes in systems of society all over the world. Change in education system. Without attending classes, you are educating yourself. Without going to some venues, you are attending seminars. Though style means method is different, there is one way, not two way, I can say, which is not good, because those people are abusing this, who are in powers of institutions. They decide themselves who has to speak in this seminar, who has not to speak in this seminar. That's different issue. Means they will learn from time to time. They will learn means now it's that you are forced to listen to someone, even if you don't want to listen, or you want to speak and you are not allowed to speak, because even if you write on chatting of that seminar, or what you call it, webinar means nobody will respond to you. So that is really a weakness of the system, or they could not understand till now. They are beginners, and this is a probationary period for change. Well, I prefer it actually, because something is happening. It's not bad. Change takes some time, and you can say it's a transition period from that extravagance to this normalcy. I actually call it normalcy, because you have time for yourself now. Even if you are employed, you have few hours at home, because though in those hours you work from home, yet you have some time to learn. That time you used to waste in driving and going to parties and going to this and that, functions and ceremonies. That time is there to be utilized for personal development, individual development, family development, and at least something is better, something is not better, both are there. This has resulted in drastic drop in economy, which is natural. And actually speaking, economy was same before. It was only pomp and show off. Community is pomp and show off. Economy is that we are this and we are that. Actually, nobody was that. It's all relative development of economy. We have seen. We thought this is fundamental development, this is a basic development. The couple of shutdown of economy has proved that there is no economy, which we are living in false paradise and fool's paradise, and we have to come out of that. If you want to live only for economy, there is no life. You cannot say that. Economy is very significant part of life, but it's not an exclusive part of life. If you can't think for yourself, if you are busy only for making money all years, are you a money maker? Are you a storekeeper of money? Means everything should be put in a member on a frame. When frame is in equilibrium position, when in state of equilibrium, whether it's a static equilibrium or a dynamic equilibrium, that type of balance, that equilibrium state must be maintained. And actually we broke that. We broke that one in past. Till last year, 2019, we broke that system, which was evolved before as well. If you go to 50s and 60s, 1950, 1960, those decades, 70s, 80s, there existed that. But this economical change all over the world has pushed everything back to back seats, because economy is everything, and we forgot that economy is not everything but something. Because you cannot change economy, it's not possible. You may change values of not economy. At least you just think of how many kilogram or gram weight of rice everybody consumes a day. Can you eat double? Can you eat 3 times? Can you eat 4 times? Or can you eat 5 times? Not possible. Not possible. Your stomach capacity is limited. So you can take only that much to that limit, and you can live comfortably, or else you have to feel pain in your stomach, or you have some other side effect. Limit exists for everything. Limit exists for every activity in life, because day is limited, year is limited, hour is limited, though these are relative but limited. Same way we are limited. Our body size is limited, our working times are limited, so we have to stay in that limit, and we used to stay, but we used to forget sometimes that we are human beings, we are not God. We want to go very fast. To which destination we do not know. Nobody knows. And this, I'm not talking about my country, I'm talking about everybody. We used to move very fast, but we do not know destination, and we forget that we are living on a spherical body, on a spherical planet, and all planets are spherical. And when you move in a circle, you can say sphere is a circle indirectly. If you project it, you'll come back to same point, and you won't know is the end point or start point. And same is life. It's not necessary I'll explain every day, but explanation is a must. No explanation means you change yourself. Explanation is very important in every field of life, in every vista, for every vista, in whatever direction. Life is not measurement of achievement. Life is not measurement of money, earning. Quality of life is that your life should be best one for you and others. You should give to others whatever you can. You should help others. You should help nature. You should love world. You should respect nature, and you should respect that power that manufactured this nation, that produced this nation. But we don't know that. And when you don't know someone, then you know yourself. If you help yourself, you maintain yourself, you develop yourself for that body, for that power, that's really, you can say, it's a respect to have that. It's my thinking way, and everybody has a right to think. As I said, right to think is free. It's unlimited. It's unlimited, and it depends upon every individual. How much, how long can you think? If you think you can think 24 hours, think 24 hours. I'm not going to stop you. It's up to you, but nobody can do that, because your body is automatized and it has to sleep, it has to take rest. That's why I'm saying, when I use word thinking, it's very important word, though its meaning is different in your language, but its meaning in my language is very, very important. Think. Think is not a right, it's a power. And nobody can stop you, that's true. No one. Because this power given to you by God. And nobody can stop God except God. Nobody can stop you. Only God can stop you, and God can empower you as well. And think goes to concentration, and concentration goes to analysis, and analysis goes to solutions, and solution goes to results, application, further improvement, and check and everything. Plan, do, check and act, we say, in our qualities. Plan it, do it, check it, and improve it. That's what we call it. Are we doing that? Are we doing that, or we are just depending on others to tell us what to do? Despite everybody having intelligence, despite everybody having brilliance, means just like you have brilliance, but are you using that point of view? If you can't use that, what's the purpose of that brilliance? It's same as if you say, it's same thing that you have money, you have vast wealth, but that is only in your store, in your basement or somewhere you kept it, but you don't want to use that. What's the purpose of that? It's then just currency, nothing else. You are not using that for others, you are not using that for development. This means there is no purpose of that. That's just a radhi kagaj, a rag. If you use that, you will get benefit of that. And if you don't use that, it shall become stagnant water, septic water, polluted water, contaminated water. It applies to your mind as well. You have a body, you have a mind is a part of that body, and if you don't use that, it won't work. It will rust. And that's what happens. That happens to more than 90% people, 95% people of the world, I'm saying, not even. Until you understand your mind, your capacity, it's too late. You depend upon luck, you depend upon astrology, you depend on stars, and you waste your time in that rather than doing something. And you forget that without doing something you cannot get anything, unless you are born in a rich family where you don't need anything to do, you get everything on hand. Means what I'm saying is life should be properly understood, and that is first part of engineering. When we learn engineering, we learn so many things in first principle. First principle means start of something, you have to drive everything yourself. Nothing is readily available to you. You have input and you have conceptions, you have assumptions, and then those assumptions become driven, those become proved, and that becomes practice. Means you start with assumptions and you reach reality of that. Means assumptions or imaginations, or so you can say you have to drive something, you have to assume parameters and then prove them they are right. So you can say, okay, our assumptions are right. That's what life is. God has given you every power. You have to use that power, and master power is your mind. And education means you develop your mind, it's nothing else. As much as you learn, you develop your mind. And learning is very difficult, and not because you are not difficult in a sense that you have to spend time on this, you have to concentrate, you have to, it's like you can say accepting heat and cold both. It's like that you have to sacrifice your comfort, your sleep. It's like that you have to spend your time on yourself, on education, and observations of just results, and not to enjoy social functions, social families. When somebody says, I'm going to marry and I'll study after that, well, I doubt that case, because rarely it is successful. That's why I say, if you want to learn something basically, then you have to learn it formally, and then you have to learn it throughout life. This learning never stops, we know, and learning gives you further degree of thinking, and then further degree of thinking and further degree of thinking. That thinking becomes from dilute state to a concentrated state, and that concentrated state gets more and more viscosity of that, and it flows like a very solid. We say that in our soil mechanics, at a box limit, we say for plastic soils that this is liquid limit, and this is plastic limit, and this is, you can say, other limits are there, many limits. Means too much water in soil or plastic soils makes it flow, that's like liquid, and that's called liquid limit. It starts that, and then you just withdraw water from that reduced quantity of water, it becomes a plastic mix, or it's just like a stick, and then you withdraw more water, it becomes semi-solid, and you withdraw more, then becomes solid, and then there's no water in that left. Okay, that's what our life is. We have to think. When you know nothing about something, you are in liquid state, you can't do something. But when you withdraw knowledge from that subject, you get into that. That's what I said. Thinking is very important. And in fact, think means engineering. Think means use of mind. Think means use of caliber, and that's important here. We say quality of life. Everybody talks of quality of life, and quality of life is a very powerful term. What is quality of life? Quality of life is physical quality, or which quality? If you talk to Americans, they would say physical quality. See, we have standards, we have this updated materials, we have standards of technology, we have standards of science. But what standards they have? Destructive standards. They always proclaim that they are best in quality, they are best in this. But you will see that's not a fact. I'm not saying that they are not good, but they boast only, boast. And boasting doesn't mean something good or something not good. Because I have seen them very closely, their product, and really it's not finally what they say. It doesn't meet that. It doesn't stand on those statements which they make. And it's not only for them, it's for many more nations. But everybody wants to sell its manufactured units, manufactured goods. So they say they are best. Well, that's commercial. But if you compare it to humanity, you can achieve anything in life. You can say you can rise on any point, on any proposal, if you are determined. If you have will, you can, and if you don't have, you can't. Even if you are lucky, if you want to sleep, then sleep. Simple. It's up to your determination. But if you want to achieve something, it's not free. You have to spend time on that. That's time, not only time, you have to work in that time. In that duration, you have to work. Your mind is very powerful. It never stops, remember. It never sky, it's a sky, It's sky, it's a skies are light. Mind is a sky. I observed, I experienced that. Mind is a sky. And all other definitions, all other terms are limited. Education is also limited. But mind is not limited. Your respirations, your breathing is limited. Mind even works during your sleep. You know that. Mind works all times, which has gone or which have gone and which are going and which shall be going. And if you leave this body, even then that power works. It doesn't stop. That power started to be with you when you were just having first germ combination from your parents. Building of your structure of body for a period of 9 months. During that period also, this power incorporated you. This point everybody cannot understand. This is the medical point, this is not physical point. This is a point which says who is responsible for construction of body of a baby, of a newborn. This soul is responsible, this mind is responsible. This is real engineering too, if very frank. If you want to jump into depth of engineering, you have to jump into that. We say we use material. Yes, we use materials in engineering. We use all materials, whatever are practical and whatever can be extracted, what can be used and whatever available. We use them because there is something in that. Whatever material we use, we are getting product, okay, fine. But what is in that? Who built that? What is the structure of that? Something we are building, okay, fine, that we know how we are building. But something is built already, who built that? Who built that? For example, soil, who built that? Soil, who built that? Coarse aggregate, who built that? Rock, who built that? Water, who built that? Minerals in those constituents, who built that? All these points come. Who built air? Who built that? Somebody must have built air. How? All these points require very deep contemplation. Contemplation, I am saying. You have to keep that framework in mind. Why do that? That is where we miss. That is where we miss. We want to do something for sake of certification. We don't want to do something for sake of real learning. Certification is just a declaration that you have done it. But what you have done it, you know it. We cannot go to origin of something. This is beyond our control. Yes, we can go to some control of that, which is very, very limited. I am an engineer. I use all these materials from earth. I use sand, I use soil, I use stone, I use cement, lime, all metal, water, air. We use only. But beyond that, we don't do anything. We use it as part of economy. This is economy for us. Sale, purchase, hire, royalty, relate to that. But from you this came, we never think. Never ever think. Being an engineer, it's our duty to think, but we never think. Basic duty of engineer is to go into depth of every element, every material, every whatever you do, whatever you know, you have to go into depth of that. Just like we say atomic structure, scientists, engineers, doctors, all those who are qualified for that, go into further negativism of that, electron negativism. Electron, is negative power all time, proton is a positive power, and neutron, it's neutral power. So electron is a negative power, we know it. And every negative power is very powerful, but it's not seen. It's assumed. Without electronics, your body cannot exist. Forget your appliances, forget your gadgets. Without electronics, air cannot stay. Without electronics, sun rays cannot come to you. Without electronics, the world can't exist. How many people realize this fact? Minus sign. Though its minus is not considered, it's considered rejected, fail, but this is real. Because this is invisible, this can't be seen. Minus sign, negative we can say, is very powerful. Positive sign is seen, that's why we know what it is. So we can measure it, but negative sign is very, very, you can say it's very powerful in such a way that you can't understand that. And those who understand that, they make it atom bomb. They take it to atom bomb. See, they make such a brilliant use. Yes, it's very important. It's very basic principle that negative always makes up. Negative always generates positive. Negative makes positive. Positive doesn't make negative. See, positive cannot make negative. That's not power to positive. Power to negative is that can make positive. You understand that? I think you should understand. If you know little mathematics, little. You know that if you multiply, if you write something, let's say 55, I write. What does it mean? Oh, it's 55 only. It's nothing else. Yes, you are right, it's 55, but it is assumed that this is positive. It's positive. Even you don't use positive sign, it's positive because you know it is available. It's same. But if you say no, I write minus 55. First of all, somebody will not understand that. What is minus? Why minus? What is minus? Means from what you are deducting this and there's nothing else. That's what I'm saying. Deduction. We use minus sign for deduction. Yes, that's right. Deduct. There is something you deduct. You can deduct when there is something. You can deduct from that this. Or if there is not something, it's only minus 55. Minus means your eyes cannot see that. When you write something minus, that is readable. That's what writing. Impact of that thought. Impact is you can't see that. It's in darkness. Your eyes can't see. In darkness, your eyes closed, right? You can't keep your eyes open for long in the darkness. But in light, you keep your eyes. Since there is some media, this light past, you keep your eyes positive. And yet there is no light, darkness. But you don't forget. Your current, your voltage, they're all negative. Then you can't see them. Electron flow in wires and cables. That's what we call electric, electronic. Minus has manufactured universe. Power of minus has manufactured that. Because if two positives are added or summed up, result is positive sum up and increase in value. But same thing is added in negative way, minus plus minus results in minus, you know that. Minus plus minus is equal to minus. While minus plus something equal to whichever is higher than, if positive sign is higher then it will be plus answer, if negative sign is negative answer. And if you multiply minus and plus together, answer will be minus. Because minus reduces power of positive. And if you multiply minus and minus together, you will get plus then. Means minus results into plus. Also in minus depends, but you can say it has got certain additional power. And that additional power we have to understand, and that's called engineering. Engineering starts from there, from minus. Not from zero, from minus. O is the x-axis and y-axis we say in engineering. O is their origin, or because zero you can say, zero origin. OX, XOX and YOY and ZOZ. We say that or not? In 3 dimensions. We say on right side of this is positive and left side is this is negative and vertical top is positive. Whatever you say, we learn it. And we call it trigonometry also. All sign, all this positive A, silver teacup we call it. All positive, sine positive, tangent positive, and this cos post, that we say in trigonometry. But that's mathematics. Trigonometry means measurement by triangles, and triangles can be in any quadrant of the sphere. That's engineering. Coordinate geometry. Coordinate geometry, what is that? X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z, in whichever coordinate you go, you find that value. Coordination, we call coordination. All points talk together. That's coordination. That's engineering. We say X value, this Y value, they find this value where located, you will find either first or second or third or fourth. But those points coordinate each other, of course with reference to XOX and YOX, location is O, XOX and YOX. But it is, even though it's relative, it's giving information. That's what I'm saying. Engineering starts from negativism, and if you cannot understand negativism, you cannot do any research. Something is not available, and that's why you're doing that, to make it available. So negative comes to positive. It's available somewhere. You cannot say it's not available, but we don't know where it is, and that's why it's minus. We don't know. Research is always done on minus, remember. It's never done on plus, it is done something else, means improvement and improvement and improvement. But if you want to find out something there, we have to do research, and innovation comes from that. Innovate. Innovation. Try to understand that. When I talk in some article way, it has got different meaning. I'm talking about engineering. It's management. It's organization. First of all, I don't take it as management because there is nothing to manage in engineering, to be very frank. Engineering is managed well, automatically managed. You have to add value to that. Management is not done in engineering. It's to be organized. It should be evolved. We evolve in engineering. We don't manage. Management is done low class people. We are not low class people. We are minus people. Low class people and minus people are different. We are minus people who bring something to people they don't have. So how can you say this management? Management does on something is available. It's not available. We are researching on that. We are innovating that one, and we are getting something you don't have. That's what is engineering. Engineering is not an easy one. Let me put a pen and take on. Engineering is research. Engineering is search, both. If something is available, to some extent, you have to extend that, you have to expand that, and for that research is done. If something is not available, you have to think of that, contemplate that, and give birth to that. And that giving birth is called engineering. Something new to be done is engineering, based on, of course, science principles, we have to do that. That's what we do. The word itself is engineer. Think something and do it. When you think something and do that in reality, that is engineering. And when you keep thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking, that's science. Both stages are there. You may say in that case, engineering is delusion. Yes, it is delusion. It is delusion, it is illusion to some extent. It is illusion. It's deception. Yes, it is. But valuable deception. Not fake deception. You see mirage in far, you see mirage, something is seen as water from distance. Though there's nothing. You see horizon. We can't reach horizon. There is no horizon, but we say it's a horizon. That is engineering. But it applies in life. This imagination, this hypothetical state, this capitalism goes to formation of valuable products. Valuable products. When we make concrete means a composite mix, composite material in which many ingredients work, including water, air. That work, aggregates, all aggregates, coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, and cement, which is limestone and silica and many chemicals. How many constituents work there in that one composite mix? And you can, after research, add plasticizer and this admixture and admixture. You go on further research and produce better and further better material. It's all from where? From your conception, not from reality. Reality is known, this concrete, but we further enrich that, and that's called negative work. Negative work to reach positive result. When somebody says don't be negative, yes, don't be negative, but in engineering you have to be negative. You have to be. We start from negative in engineering. We say we have to understand what this beam is, how this beam works, how this beam works, how this column works. An ordinary person cannot know that. Yes, only there's a column, I put some steel in that, and okay, this is cast finishes. For that person, only that is engineering. But that's end engineering, that's not start engineering. There's so much done before that. There's so much work done behind that scene, which people don't know. That's very important point. You have to understand. It's not a lecture I'm giving. No. It's fact. We start with complete negative, not zero. Because zero is not known at that time. We have to learn zero also. And that's what we say. Engineering means graph represents engineering. Mind represents engineering. Mind itself is having all powers in that. Mind has negative consideration, positive consideration, square consideration, rectangular consideration, triangular consideration, and various exponential considerations. Mind can think any good thing or any bad thing. It can think. But it says to you, this can be result of that and this can be bad. It doesn't stop you to do whatever you want to do. It says you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. You have to decide which one you have to do. Mind shall stop you. It will tell you you are doing wrong. It shall tell you you are doing wrong. Your mind, suppose your conscience will tell you you are doing wrong. But if you don't understand that, don't understand or realize the fact, your responsibility, not mind's responsibility. Mind has a function to teach you, to order you, to control you. And if you cannot do that, you cannot accept that command of mind, it's not fault of mind, because mind has no hands or arms to slap you. That's mind's problem. Mind is a software which is very powerful, which can tell you immediately, you made a mistake in past, you are making a mistake again, but you don't listen to that. So it's not part of mind. That's what is engineering. Despite knowing fact that it's wrong you're doing that, it's your fault. Mind tells you this is wrong, but you don't listen. You don't comply with the instruction of mind. Whose fault is that? Your fault, my fault. Engineering means it's not what engineering you see in university or some. That's engineering education. It's academics. It's already known. I want to do something which I don't know. I was not taught, but everything is done field is not taught. What's done is all advanced, all over world, except in our country. We always follow 15 years, 20 years late. Technology, engineering, derivation of formulas, understanding of theories, and many more. Writing skills, communication skills, quality giving skills, proficiency skills, time skills, all come from engineering functions, engineering activities. When we say quality, people think in different words. Quality. Why think differently? Can something be done without quality? Can you wear your clothes without quality of this, without design of this, without good quality? Can you wear that? You can't wear that. You can buy from market and just wear that cloth without even stitching that. Can't you do that? You do that. But you know, I want fitness. I want skin touch. I want body touch. I want well dressed. I want designers. You are worried about that. Because everybody looks at you, oh, what a beautiful person, hand to eyes thing. Because you are appreciated or depreciated. You know what's the response of public. You are worried about response of public. You are not worried about response of public in engineering. Of course, people do not know. You can't expect people to talk on engineering. But it doesn't mean that they have no right on that. If they are not aware of engineering, it doesn't mean that if the patient is not worried about health, it doesn't mean doctors should not advise or prescribe medicine for that. We are doctor of people. Engineering is nothing but doctor work. It's a doctor work of products to deliver to people, and that product should be well done. This product should suit that requirement of person. That person doesn't know that, but he has a right for your engineering, as his right on doctor's prescription. So you are a doctor unknown. Engineer is a doctor unknown. Engineer knows that he knows everything, but he has to deliver that. Knowing everything and delivering a far away, a long distance flight. What is required, what is done. It's a long distance flight. People call it management, but I don't call it management. I call it a journey, because we are producing that from non-existence to full existence. When you start something, it's non-existent except plot of land. We have to do that and build and deliver something on that by whatever technology. It's called journey. And when that journey finishes, that organized work finishes. Then start something else. People come and use those goods comes into operation, and they work like that. So that is engineering. And then for the different nature of engineering, like maintenance engineering, service engineering, operation engineering, those are different work which work on already available products. This point we have to understand. People understand it, but from different aspect. They call it a service. That becomes a service for them. A consumable product they are using. But this is called something else. So both are same, but concept is different. Where is quality required? There quality of service is required. Here quality of product is required. Different words, different, complete different. Quality of product and quality of service. Quality of product is permanent. Quality of product is permanent. Quality of service can change in 1 minute. You cannot change quality of product. Just like concrete is a product, artificial stone. That's a product. Steel is a product. Steel bars, I mean to say, reinforcing bars or structural steel members sections or prefabricated concrete members or already delivered bricks in market, or you can say concrete blocks, or you can say whatever material which cannot be reproduced to its original raw state. All these are permanent materials. These are all products. This should be done in beginning itself, during manufacturing process itself, with quality. Because if lost quality, if that quality which is intended to be achieved is lost, you cannot infill that. Impossible. Bad quality cannot be converted to good quality, so we have to be careful. You cannot convert it to good quality. It's not possible at all. Not possible. That time only it is to be done when you are working on that. As I always say, soil is very, very significant material to which many engineers don't even consider as material. This is very important material. It's written in books, it's material, but we do not care for that material. We consider all other materials which are good, which are to be procured, without which but this material is treated as if it is not material. So they know it's material, but they do not care it. To that extent, it requires skill. And that's what everything flops. If soil is not cared for, structure is not cared for. Oh, they say, see, that bridge collapsed, this happened, that road sank. They say, you find news every day, but you don't think why it is, because you did not expect that will happen. It's because of your lack of experience or your ignorance. Either you were not well educated, or you could not understand what engineering is or what soil is. Soil is power of engineering, because what material you get, whatever material you get from soil. Whatever material you get. So you can say it is parent of every material. If your soil doesn't behave properly, your building would not behave properly, would not conduct properly. That's fact of life. You have to understand that fact. It's very important. And if I don't understand that, my soil will bang me to hell. So it will assist in collapsing that building, overturning that building. That happens. You cannot say it's fault of soil. It's your fault, because you cared for RCC, you care for everything. You did not care for soil, and you did not care for design, good design. So design and soil are very related, just like human existence and soil are related. I have talked a lot in soil, and I was talking that day. I'll talk about that, of course. I wanted, in this talk, I have gone through, these chapters. Every time I could find that, this soil, which is of course very, we were somewhere, yesterday we talked of, I think, this was not compaction, before that it was, we're talking of flow nets. Yes, we are talking of flow nets, and we understood them, what flow net is. In that we talked something. We talked deflection of flow lines at interface of the similar soils, and also significance of the square figure we talked of, and we talked of this, flow net for an isotopic soil, and determination of quantity of seepage in case of an isotopic soil having different coefficient of permeabilities. All that we discussed. Electrical analogy method. Now actually what I'm thinking is, I'm sure what was the definition of quantity of seepage that we discussed. I think I know discussed. I don't remember actually. Definition of quantity of seepage in case of isotopic soil. I think we had gone up to that. No, I think we should start from here only, or maybe I don't remember what to talk about. No. Determination of quantity of seepage, I think we did that. And flow this way, and alright, we start here. Then maybe it takes some time, no problem, but we have to discuss. And there is now determination of quantity of seepage. Let's say we start this one. Significant square figures we have done. Now determination of quantity of seepage. Quantity of seepage. Now it says after drawing flow nets and number of equipotential drops. After drawing flow nets, number of equipotential drops and number of flow paths can be counted. Let number of flow paths equal to NF. N stands for number, F for flow path, and number of equipotential drops is equal to ND. ND. We know that discharge is equal to delta Q. That is K into delta H. K into delta H. Since all flow paths have same flow and all equipotential drops are equal, hence expression for total seepage should be as follows, which is Q, that is discharge, QT, total seepage, that is QT, total discharge QT, and that should be what it says, NF, that is number of flow paths into delta Q. Wait a minute, yes. We know discharge equal to delta Q is K into delta H, and total discharge equal to NF into delta Q, and delta Q is K into delta H. So total head dissipated is HT, as total head is equal to ND into delta H. ND means that we said ND is equipotential drop. H, it's then HT. HT is ND into delta H. Total head is equal to ND is total delta H, and delta H is equal to HT over ND. So QT, total discharge, is equal to NF into delta Q, or NF into K delta H, because delta Q is equal to K delta H. Therefore NF is equal to K and delta H is HT over ND, equal to K NF over ND HT. So total discharge equal to coefficient of permeability into rate of flow path and equipotential drop into total head. So total discharge equal to coefficient of permeability multiplied by ratio of flow path and equipotential drop, means ratio of flow path and equipotential drop multiplied by total head. This is formula. Let's see what's that. It says here, this is the formula here, this is that, you can say. Flow net for anisotropic soil. Anisotropic soil. Now let's know like this. Flow net for anisotropic soil. Normally, all soil formations are anisotropic. Normally, you can say all soil formations are anisotropic. With respect to permeability, horizontal permeability is always many times more than vertical permeability. Previous methods for drawing flow net was based on hypothesis that permeability in both directions is same. If permeability is horizontal and vertical direction are not same, some modification requires to be done before flow nets are drawn. Let us understand now KHP permeability in horizontal direction and KV the permeability in vertical direction. Now KH is always more than KV is clear. Before drawing flow net, we have to divide all horizontal dimensions of cross section by, we have to before drawing flow net, divide all horizontal dimensions of cross section by under root KH over KV. Means under root of KH over KV. After scale transformation has been made and flow net is drawn in usual way with transformed section as if soil were isotropic. This actual flow net can then be obtained by retransforming cross section by increasing all horizontal dimensions by multiplying by under root KH over KV. Flow net thus obtained shall not have any orthogonal set of curves, and figures formed by intersection of flow lines and equilibration lines will not be square. Right. So I should speak it once again because there is some new in this, something different, and that must be clearly understood. Let me put on fan again. Now, what actually is speaking? Flow net for anisotropic soils. It says normally all soil formations are anisotropic with respect to permeability, horizontal with respect to permeability. So horizontal permeability is always many times more than value of vertical permeability. Previous when we draw flow net, which is based on hypothesis that permeability in both directions is same. If permeability is horizontal and vertical directions are not same, same modification has to be done before flow nets are drawn. Now let KH be permeability in horizontal direction and KV be permeability in vertical direction. Is how to do it then? Now KH is always more than KV. Now before drawing flow net, divide all horizontal dimensions. Divide all horizontal dimensions of cross section by under root KH over KV. After scale transformation, what we are doing? We are drawing based on division of all horizontal dimensions of cross section by value of KH over KV. And the scale transformation has been done. Flow net is drawn in its usual way with transformed section as if soil were isotropic. Actual flow net can then be obtained by transformation cross section by increasing all horizontal dimensions by multiplying under root KH over KV. Now flow net thus obtained shall not have an orthogonal set of curves, and figures formed by intersection of flow lines and equipotential lines won't be square. That's determination of quantity of seepage. Determination of quantity of seepage in case of an isotropic soil. That is to say, soils having different coefficients of permeability. Determination of quantity of seepage in case of an isotropic soil. An isotropic soil, that is soils having different coefficients of permeability in horizontal and vertical directions. In case of isotropic soil, coefficients of permeability in horizontal and vertical directions are different. So in case of isotropic soil, coefficient of permeability in horizontal and vertical directions are different. Let values of KH and KV respectively. KH and KV respectively. The effective value of coefficient of permeability has to be determined for determining quantity of seepage. Effective value of coefficient of permeability be KT. The effective value of coefficient of permeability be KT. K1 or KT is K1, I think it is K1. Consider square field. Consider square field in flow net of a transform section of an isotropic soil in which value of KH is greater than KV and flow is parallel to x-axis, that is x-axis. Okay. Now this shows one square on a transform scale, and that is another one transform scale, and that is bx under root kx of kv. Now b into under root kh over kv, that we factor use kh over kv and multiply that with b. Now flow through square is in transform scale is equal to k1 into delta h over b, that is flow through square in transform scale is b into delta h over b into k1. Flow through square in natural scale. Now kh, that is kh into delta h over b, into under root kh over v into b. So k1 is delta h, k1 you can say into delta h over b into b equal to kh into delta h over b into under root this kh over k into b equal to k1 is equal to under root kh into kv. K1 is equal to under root kh into kv. Now this is method, so we just to give you this information. What I am telling about this, and this information is this. You can say this is coefficient is here. This is one here. I'm talking of this method, and also this is the ordinary square of, you can say, flow net unit, and this is corrected one for isotropic soil, which is where which is the horizontal has been rescaled. It is extended on a set, and this is then you can say here. If you see next page, you'll find that. Next page you'll find that one. You'll find that application of that we talked of. Now we're going to talk of this, let's say, electrical analogy method. We're going to talk of this electrical analogy method, and then mathematical solution, and then velocity, potential and stream functions, and I think then we'll talk of something else. So what I'm saying is electrical analogy method, right? Let me do some water, not necessary but better. to keep safe from dehydration of throat. Laugh looking at your face for some. I'm drinking a little hot water. I boil it around, 1 hour, 15 minutes from back. I gotta say, electrical energy method. Darcy's law regulating flow of water through soil mass is similar to Ohm's law regulating flow of electrical current through conductors. Similarity in both cases is given below. It's flow of water and then other side flow of electricity. In flow of water, Darcy's law is equal to Q equal to K into H over L into A. That is Darcy's law. In discharge equal to coefficient of permeability into head loss divided by length of path of seepage. That's hydraulic gradient, you can say, into A. A, that's cross-sectional area through which flow occurs. And K is coefficient of permeability. Now what is flow of electricity? Ohm's law is I, that's rate of flow of current, that's amperage, equal to K into E over L into A, where E is equal to potential drop and L is equal to length of conductor and K is equal to coefficient of permeability and A is equal to cross-sectional area of conductor. So Ohm's law is I is equal to K into E over L into A. Now if an electrical model is constructed whose boundary conditions are similar to those which regulate flow of water through soil mass, the flow pattern of electricity obtained by model shall represent flow pattern of water through soil. Electrical analogy apparatus consists of a shallow trough, shallow trough whose bottom and sides are made of plate glass. Trough is filled with about 1 centimeter with solution of an electrolyte. Yes, trough is filled with about 1 centimeter solution of an electrolyte, such as solution of common salt, you can say common salt, I see. Common salt. Now 2 3 mm copper plates, 2 3 mm copper plates are placed at each side of model. Each side of model of dam made of non-conductor, and they are connected to supply lines. Now there is a potentiometer of high resistance wire on opposite side. Potentiometer of high resistance wire on opposite side. Of trough. Scale is fixed over 8. The scale is fixed over 8. And each end of wire is connected to one of terminals. Scale has been divided into 10 equal parts. The scale has been divided into 10 equal parts from 0 to 100, indicating percentages of potential drop. Principle of construction of this apparatus is based on Wheatstone bridge. That is, if the voltages are equal, there will be no deflection in galvanometer. Purpose of this apparatus is to determine equipotential lines. I'll show you sketch first and then we'll talk off. This is a sketch. Suppose length of wire on potentiometer is L. Length of wire on potentiometer is L. If we want to find the equipotential line corresponding to 50% of potential drop between terminals, sliding contact is placed at a distance of 0.5 L. That is 50% at 50% from left hand end of wire. Now left hand of wire, left end of wire. Now probing pencil is then moved in trough. Probing pencil moved in trough until hum in earphone stops. If earphone does not produce humming sound, it means that particular points denote 50% potential drop. In this way, many points can be found and a line for 50% drop can be drawn. Similarly, lines for other potential drops can also be drawn. Exactly similar to the principle of Wheatstone bridge. Construction of sliding contact with probing pencil and earphone had been done. If there is no hum in earphone, it means voltage are equal. So let's repeat what it says. Let's repeat this. I repeat both paragraphs because you have to understand it better. It doesn't take over 2 or 3 minutes. Now it says, if an electrical model is constructed whose boundary conditions are similar to those which regulate flow of water through soil mass. Flow pattern of electricity obtained by model represent flow pattern of water through soil. Electrical analogy method or the apparatus that is shown consists of a shallow trough whose bottom and sides are made of glass plates. I have shown this trough is filled for about 1 centimeter with solution of an electrolyte such as solution of common salt. Now 2 3 mm copper plates are placed at each side of model. Okay, 2 plates are placed. Two 3 mm copper plates are placed at each side of model of dam. Model of dam. Made of non-conductor, and they are connected to supply lines. There is potentiometer of high resistance wire on opposite side of trough. Scale is fixed over it and each end of wire is connected to one of terminals. Scale has been divided 10 equal parts from 0 to 100, which indicate percentage of potential drop. Principle of construction is based on Whetstone bridge. That is, if voltages are equal, there will be no deflection in galvanometer. There is no deflection galvanometer. Purpose of this apparatus is to determine equipotential lines. Suppose length of wire on potentiometer is L. If you want to find equipotential lines corresponding to 50% of potential drop between terminals, sliding contact is placed at distance of 0.5 L, that's at 50% from left hand end of wire. Probing pencil is then moved in trough. Probing pencil is moved in trough until hum in earphone stops. If earphone does not produce humming sound, it means that particular point denotes 50% potential drop. This way, many potential points can be found and a line for 50% drop can be drawn. Similarly, lines for other potential drops can also be drawn, exactly similar to principle of Whetstone bridge. Construction of sliding contact with probing pencil and earphone has been done. If there is no hum in earphone, means voltages are equal. The coordinates of probing pencil can be conveniently read on a graph sheet kept under transparent bottom of tray, or can be plotted by means of pentagraph. After drawing equipotential lines and making square figures, coordinates of probing pencils can be drawn, conveniently read on a graph sheet capped under transparent bottom of tape can be plotted by means of pantograph. After drawing equivalent lines, usual method can be applied for drawing flow lines. That's making flow lines at right angles to equipotential lines and making square figures. Now mathematical solution. Let me show you sketch again because this is important. In this sketch there is a shallow trough containing salt solution, and there is a dam inside dam A, known conductor that is, and then there is a copper plate on both ends, and then supply line and copper plates are there too, and see, then there is probing pencil with potentiometer here, potentiometer, and then there is a sliding contact on that, and there is earphone into that, and that's what supply line etc. is there. So you can just see that again for further clarification of this. You can see that, and this is 168. Mathematical solution. Two-dimensional flow of water. Two-dimensional flow of water through soil is governed by Laplace equation. Two-dimensional flow of water through soil is governed by Laplace equation, and mathematical solution is based on this equation. Mathematical solution can be done for structures having simple boundary conditions. Solution can be done by relaxation method, but for complicated boundary conditions, solution becomes difficult and is seldom used for practical purposes. Its velocity, potential and stream function. Now velocity, potential phi may be defined as a scalar function. Velocity function, velocity potential phi may be defined as a scalar function of space and time, such that its derivative with respect to direction, any direction, gives fluid velocity in that direction. So we can write in space it is phi bracket x y z equal to minus k into h plus e, where c is a constant, c not e, c. Mu is equal to delta phi over delta x. U is equal to means in x direction, you can see u is equal to delta phi over delta x, v is equal to delta phi over delta y, and w is equal to delta phi over delta z. So in x, y and z directions, velocity are u is equal to delta phi over delta x, v is equal to delta phi over delta v y, and w is equal to delta phi over delta z, where u, v and w are components of discharge velocity in x, y and z directions. After applying equation of continuity, we obtain Laplace equation, and that is v square phi is equal to delta square phi over delta x square plus delta square phi over delta y square, or we can say delta square y phi over delta z square is equal to 0, and v square phi. Normally flow occurs in 3 dimensions, but in many problems groundwater motion is essentially planar. Flow occurs normally in 3 dimensions, but in many problems groundwater motion is essentially planar, and motion is same in parallel planes. Hence, let us restrict ourselves to two-dimensional flow. Equation for two dimensions flow in xy plane shall be taken as u is equal to delta phi over dx, d phi over dx, or minus k is delta x over delta x into v. So u is minus delta phi over delta x equal to minus k delta h delta x, v is equal to delta phi over delta y is equal to minus k delta h over delta y, and assuming x-axis as horizontal, y-axis vertical, x-axis as horizontal and y-axis vertical, positive up, positive up, h is equal to delta, so gamma w plus y, phi is equal to minus k delta over gamma w plus y plus c. Hence Laplace equation reduces to delta square, the phi is equal to this to divide due to phi over dx square plus due to phi over dy square is equal to 0. This equation of continuity will be equal to dw over dx plus dv over dy equal to 0. Now introduce stream function, that is psi xy, and it can be written in following forms. W is equal to dw d psi dy, v is equal to minus d psi or dy, and substitution we get delta square psi over delta x delta y minus delta square psi over delta y delta x into 0. Equating respective potential and stream functions of w and v, we get delta psi over delta x equal to delta psi over delta y, and delta psi over delta y is equal to minus delta psi over delta x, and Laplace equation becomes v square psi equal to delta square psi over delta x square plus delta square psi over delta y square is equal to 0. In solving groundwater or seepage problems, we solve only one of two functions, psi and phi. Other functions follow automatically. Mathematical method is used more for academic purpose. Uses of flow net. Flow nets can be used for following purposes: determination of quantity of seepage, and determination of hydrostatic pressure, and determination of seepage pressure, and determination of exit gradient. So I will just show you this model of mathematics. You can take this here. And also next page. When the equation is down, so it just shows down. So this seepage and flow net, then we should move to other parts. I should say compaction, and this will do later. I'll see which chapters are left. Compaction, consolidation, compaction, consolidation. I have done a lot, but still I will write to revise that for some calculation purpose. Because there are tests also, some tests. Then we'll see then how to then shear strength of soil after that. We'll talk of, and let me say a very important one. And meanwhile we are going that, and there was a property of thixotropy. We know that soil loses its shear strength. This is thixotropy means soil loses its shear strength in remolded state, and loss is partly due to permanent destruction of structure and partly due to dearrangements of molecules in adsorbed layer. And if remolded soil is allowed to rest without change in water content, it regains some strength over a period of time. This phenomenon of regain of shear strength is termed as thixotropy. This regain of strength is due to rehabilitation of molecular structure of soil. Strength loss due to destruction of soil structure cannot be regained. Thus, thixotropy can be defined as property of soil that enables it to become stiff in a relatively short time on standing, but upon agitation it changes to very soft consistency. A purely thixotropic remolded clay regains its original strength prior to remolding after a period of time, but a partially thixotropic clay regains only a part of its original strength loss, and in a number of natural clay are partially thixotropic. Well, I just read that. We'll take this later on. I put it in down because we have many other issues to do with. I like to, if I can possibly do, let me try. And nothing is sure in this world, let me try only. And I think again there's a problem, it's not giving access to that. It's not giving access to that, I think. It's a problem in this here. It's not giving access. It's a problem. I'm getting problem every day. Either you have to do separately, it's not giving access. In that case, it's really a problem. Why something? Same thing when I do on other computer, it works. And let me try this. How can we do like that? How many can we move this deception in this deception that we are not getting it here? Let me change this and see how it works. Oh no, what is that? I think we should go this way better. Can I get that? It's completely gone, I think. No, it's not giving. It's not giving this what to do. No, it's not giving. Same thing happened, it's not giving more. I don't know what to do. Facebook is miraculous, you don't understand problems. You don't understand problem really. You don't understand people. It's not giving nice, it's not giving it's been, I don't know what to do. Simply waste of time, I think. It's waste of time to talk to this. I can't show you a file. I wanted to show the important files. I can't show those files. Really, I don't know what to do. I can't show. I wanted to show you many files. which is very important from quality viewpoint. I have many photographs here. I wanted to show you about quality of those, but I can't show you that one. What to do? So I think, well, what can I say? I can't help. Don't know. Facebook, they are no, either there's some problem with Facebook. People they don't understand what we should do, what they should do. I think it's really what I should say. I have no answer to that. It's every day it happens. It happens every day. They claim that they are going to renew it, but they are not able to control it. I think they don't understand people are using Facebook for professionalism. Maybe they don't understand that. That's the point I can say. Well, what to do with that now? We have done C page anyway. Now, I would like to speak something about compaction. We have talked before, but no issue. Now, these days, either I have to change to leave one if I try, and if I continue in this video, then I cannot show you any file because this screen share is not working, it's not responding, it's not opening. I should say it's a problem for me. It's every day in morning they cause me this problem, and it's showing no entry sign. You can see it's showing no entry sign, and if I shift to new one, then this will stop here. That's a big issue. Should I go to next one? Then I don't want to stop video. I think intentionally they are doing this. Maybe people should shift to new one. Really. And I'm sure even if I shift to new one, it will not work. I know it may not work. Means it stops me. I feel disappointed at this point of time. Means why they do like this? Should not do like this. They will stop some function without even letting people know responsibility. So like this. I wanted to tell something I cannot tell. Well, what to do now? How can I show you this second? Let me take photograph of this, is it right? Can I take photograph of that? I think. Better, I think, is it? Okay, let me show you some photograph of how it is. I have personally, I'll show you that later on. Let's try photographs. Some photograph, not all. Actually, I was interested to tell something about quality on that. That's a very important point. What's happening is but very bond. What's happened to that? What's happening? It's automatically. Oh, come on. What happened to you? उसको क्या करनी पड़ेगी? मेमोरी क्या हो रही बड़े यू मुझे तो बोल रहा है, ये बहुत बोल रहा है. Photos now I'll be here. follow with this. Now this is causing problem. My God, what to do with this? When you want something, you face a problem. Let's come back first of all. Let's come back. Alright, now sometime I'm hung. This is a stage where I'm hung. I wanted to show you some files which are very important, and those files I'm not able to show. And just talking without files and reading those files, it's no good communication either. Let's talk a little management again, because management, when I say because word comes on its own, that's why I call it management. I don't consider management, believe me, but because there's no other way out. If staff comes as such. No, it's not coming yet. It's not being delivered yet. I think it's not done as that. What to do? If I take camera, it will not work. I know. It's searching again and again. It's not search. Let's wait for some time. Hung up. Let it wait for some time. Let's put on charge again. I think my camera is also not cooperating with me. And also I show you something which I know. Let me come back to some past talk. You remember I talked before about this. This is that. I talked about this book, and this is something. This was civil engineering building practice, and I talked about the book at length, and that in this, I can say that this has much to tell you. I talked a lot from this, yet you may have forgotten everything. I just want to tell something about where was that? It was, you can say, because I can show you from this. I wanted information from sites. I want to submit those informations in various forms. For example, what's that? I want to show some forms, and those forms are very important. Let's say something like that. What actually means what person on site from contracting viewpoint or from engineering viewpoint, means from engineer's viewpoint, certain documents are required to be submitted regularly, and they are to be inspected, reviewed, and everything done on that. As a part of controls, I can say, not management. Usually I call organization and controls, and those are, let's say, on sites, construction sites, building sites, and those sites. It's kind of job, a combination of jobs, a combination of description. It's for contractors representative on site, that's called agent, site agent, or a head of site, and also engineer or resident engineer. It's a combination of jobs, means one part contractor prepares it, and other party, that engineer, approves it, and responsibility of both. But liability and responsibility goes to contractor, whereas only responsibility goes to engineer. And there are various documents. For example, it's old one but it's still valid. Those documents functions are still valid, name may have changed. It's that means I just first give a note, and that note is that, let's say, is kind of definition of agent. What I say, contractor's chief, contractor's chief executive, contractor's chief executive, that is contractor's chief executive on job or on job site is designated or entitled as site agent, or contractor's representative or site manager for project. Agent is responsible, is responsible for job in an overall manner, answerable to contractor, to resident engineer, and to engineer or group of consultants. Also, if required, to dispose of a group of duties of complex nature involving technicalities, and on building projects must agent be technically competent, administratively sound, and working wise dynamic, energetic, with having possession of many other secret eyes, and must be financially responsible, must be considered financially responsible in business as well. Certain organizations of contractors do not want contracts managers, wherein in that case part of responsibility to be owned by contracts manager is shared by agent, and that agent as a superintendent or superintendent responsible or superintendent engineer as far as technicalities and coordinations are concerned, which have been explained earlier, but now and other minute duties listed and shall be further elaborated. But a specialist tutorial qualification, which is called experience on contracts of buildings, to successfully match job requirements. Now, because that agent is head of site or organizer of site or controller of site, or you may call manager of site, a building site, to successfully match his duties or agent's duties are listed in some extent as follows, but not limited to that one. So I will just now speak titles of documents that are taken care of by agent. That is maintenance of site diary, maintain site diary. Number 2, daily report submittal, or you can say daily job records. Number 3 is material submittal. Number 4 is shop and working trend submittals. Number 5 is weekly program. Number 6 is quarterly program. Number 7 is complete program. Number 8 is revised program. Number 9 is monthly progress reports. Number 10 is monthly technical and coordination meeting. And 11 is monthly technical and coordination meetings internal for contractors. And 12 is general meetings. 13 is special and instant meetings. 14 is site memorandums. and 15 is site instructions, and 16 is engineers instructions, 17 is valuations for completed works, 18 is subcontractors valuations, 19 is reflected ceiling plans, 20 is as-builts or record drawings, 21 is requests for inspections, and 22 is test reports, 23 is concrete pour records, 24 is material test records, 25 is material status schedules, 26 is drawings status schedule, and 27 is complete coordinations and liaison related to allied services, departments, local bodies. These are limited only. There are many more depending on situation. Now let's go one by one and understand what is that. And now dealing at site also there, then dealing with contractors organization also there. We'll look after that. Now verbatim I can say. Let us talk a brief about these. What actually these are. Let's talk about brief on this. It's actually I have done already this talk, but it's never complete, and you have to. This is physical work, and you can say we have to be clear about this again and again, again and again. Life never ends. Life goes on moving. So I put this here and see how can we move on that. Let me show you this first by just a list. It is here, and this is that list. Maybe you're not getting clear here, but it's there. Sometimes I believe you can't see on this. It's here. That's the problem here. That's the problem. Sometimes you can't show. You see, these are this list which I showed to you. I should still a bit shade so that it's clear to you. Now this what I did is not taken from some box. It's own experience. I can say it's my own experience. And I like that gives something of this. In this, say I am a site agent. Suppose I am agent or representative working for a contracting company, or I am an engineer working for consultant, or I am working for project. You can consider both ways, because ultimately, jointly, who works on projects? Employers are only for namesake. Again I repeat, on contracting, on buildings, on projects, if you can consider red book means a book where design is done by engineer on behalf of employer, and it becomes a part of document. And for a design, actually contracts are granted, contracts are done. These contracts are done for only designs and then promotion of projects to meet requirements of people in either sector, private or government or PP. And this is development part, and we can say that because I am talking of red book, not silver. Red means where design is not allowed by contractor, it's not expected, but it's not it's not prohibited. Yet majority of work is done physically by contractors based on designs given by engineers. I'm talking of same thing here. I'm not going to talk about EPC in this little description. This list I showed to you about this book. This book I wrote just for your reference. This was my first writing, and this I scripted out long back, but I tried to submit for publication in I think 1992, or exactly I'm not sure, 1993 probably, because this was published in 1996. And I never ever thought in my life that I would be ready, I would be capable of writing something like that, some book standard like that. And but I had an ambition for that, irrespective of I'm not a master's or doctorate in my profession. I'm just an ordinary degree engineer, or you can call that. I qualified my education, my first school education from Jain Higher Secondary School, Delhi, under board of board of higher secondary board of education. Then board of education from Delhi, Delhi board of education. Then I passed my diploma of 3 years civil engineering from board of technical education Delhi, and later on I further completed my degree standard in 1980 from Institution of Engineers, India. So I am very small person, and I can say that if I write books, it's beyond my status, because I heard only those who are highly qualified, they can write. In that way, I think I have done crime, right? But that's not the case. You write based on your experience, based on your knowledge. It's question of communication. It's not question of PhD or masters or what. It's question of what you have learned in your life. If you have to pass that to your young generation, for future, if you think that your writing is somewhere capable for some people, otherwise you can say that writing got no meaning. Writing means others should be helped, public should be helped, and that's very important point. When the public is not helped, is writing got no meaning. Now let me just go for 1 minute and come back to feed waiting, waiting birds. Let me please on 1 minute and come back. this सारा कोई फालतू की सारी कोई मतलब नहीं हो जाए। My God, ये कहाँ हो गया सब? कहाँ सब गया यार ये? स्वाम था ये, स्वाम किसने ऑटोमेटिक हो गया। अपने आप को क्या करेगा यार ये? अपने आप को ये समझ क्या करेगा? So now I was talking about job of engineer and all that. And that I was saying there's a project, there's an employer who's owner of that project, public or government or whoever is liable for that, whoever spends money on that employer. It can be one person, or it can be an organization, or whatever says that's something else. And there is one contractor, which is also a person or organization or whatever. It doesn't matter. Two parties on contract in red book or construction contracts. There is a red book is just a formality. We are not bound by red book, but that is a direction, this is a guidance. If you want to use that support, it's up to you. And now you support, there is no legal binding. Construction project, you can say, civil engineering construction project, buildings projects. Building project doesn't mean building only. This means complete project. When we say buildings, means buildings and facilities and whatever. Build something. It doesn't mean building only, build something. Project, and project I say is again very important, which is confined by certain dates. Date of start or commencement and date of completion, that's called project. The duration of which is defined. Limit is there, that in this limit, within this limit you have to finish this work. That's called project. This means there are so many durations for project. Means you can say, when I say project, again I say think, deliver. Two items only, nothing else. If an engineer understands this way, you have to think, means there's a project, think and decide and start. When I say think, it doesn't mean think and stop, it means think and do and deliver. Okay? Think, do, deliver. Very small. In fact, you go to market, you think to buy something, you enter a shop, you think in my I to buy something, you go, you select that, you agree with that, I am happy with that, okay, buy it and come. What is that? When you buy it, you receive it, and from you think it, you enter to that shop, enter the shop to, after thinking, to buy. And then you select, elect and buy and pay money and come back. What is that curve? It is project of marketing. You wanted to buy something and you bought that. Maybe you buy in half an hour, or you buy in 5 minutes, or you buy in 3 days. It's up to you. Your project was that, and that's it. Once you buy it, then you are going to consume it or use it, whatever. That's the matter. Your buying project is over. I'm talking only that. Here, buying is some very long duration, thinking is very, very long duration, and delivery is, that's only difference. When I say construction project, it doesn't mean construction on site. No, it doesn't mean that. That is one part of that. Actually, construction project means a project which involves construction also. A project that involves something else also, design to. A project which involves many other relevant activities. That is construction project. In construction project, part of physical construction is given to a contracting company, a contractor. Other part is given, design part is given to some engineer. Design part, or you can say also included with that, bidding documents preparation, or bidding can be given to someone else also, quantity survey. And like that you can say during construction so many professionals work there. So when I am talking designs only or construction only, now I am talking of construction only, that there is one party called employer, owner, other party is called contractors. These are two parties. These two parties are responsible for this project. Contractor is responsible for everything. Everything means except designs, except bid preparation, because based on bid preparation that contract has come. So that job is for design. That job is a part of design of contract. Not only structural but also contract documentation. Who does it? That employer has to decide, because at that time contractor doesn't exist. Contractor comes only after at time of award of contract. Until that time there is no contractor. Only bidders are there, and bidders are there only when designs and specifications are all completed. All contract conditions are designed and well you can say one end approved by employer. This means there are various sections in that project. One section is scheme, think and design. Feasibility and field and design things there. You take that's a part of design. And there's a portion when bid documents and all conditions etc. are developed, or you can say are produced into a form of bid documents or tender documents. And once that process is over, award of contract is given, and that award is, you can say, a part of third stage, and that's construction stage. So already there are many divisions, 3 divisions already here. If 3 divisions are there, this is, you can say, we are talking of this division. We are talking of division of construction, post contract award, that division. When I say there are so many activities in that, so many activities. What are activities? As I said, 25 minimum these are there, 26 or 27. There can be many more, which I listed this in 90. You can say 2. I listed out in 92 when I started my writing work, and this was based on my experience. It was not based on some references from some book. No, I did not use any reference from any book. Exclusively my experience, which can be bad or which can also be good. It's readers to decide. It is those who understand profession, they can decide. I have left with them, because they have every right to review, and it's called peer review, and they review me. If they review, it's fine, it's okay. Now, what I said, what is actually purpose of management for this site organization? What's the functions that we do? What is the role of each other? I have written that in this, don't worry, I have written that in this book, but I'm just not talking in verbatim based on this, forget this book, and I'm just talking what are various roles we have. We have roles, job descriptions, those are mandated, but more than that also we have. Nobody can mandate my job description. To be very frank, nobody can mandate. That's only a guide that you have to do this. Because we are paying you this much, we expect this from you. Because somebody pays to me. It's just like an employer pays to a designer. You design this, You design this, I'll pay you. Employer pays to a designer to do best design. Best design and a design that can be executed in a set cost. Of course, with few percent variations. You cannot say no. Variations constitutes a part of what? Because nothing can be forecast exactly. So like that instruction of employer to the engineer to deliver best design, with which also contractor is happy. Happy not in the sense of making money, happy in a sense of that design can be done efficiently, proficiently, and with minimum input and maximum benefit. And contractor easily can achieve quality within defined time. That is sole purpose. Employer expects that designer to do in that way. Employer may not, or maybe I cannot say, understand design, but employer understand that design should be of that level. What employer expects from contractor, that with honesty, with sincerity, with commitment, I am going to pay you, I have budgets, I am going to assure you that you will get this money once you decide to do this project and you finish it. These are types of responsibilities. And here lies the engineer somewhere, because engineer cannot stand on every contract. Engineer has a restriction for contract, cannot stand with every contract. That's not going to work. Engineer has to be, involved with a kind of role that is an independent role, and that role is actually a very important one. How I say, engineer's role is not what you think is right. That role is very, very, very important, and we have to understand that. Yes, it is from, I think. Let's see if I can help you. By chance I got this mobile. Okay, I like to show you something now, which is in fact very, very important from every viewpoint, and I like to get it. There are so many photographs in this, so I'll show you something. I'll take it off first of all. I'll go it out. I'll delete this one, and I'm going to delete so many others as well. Delete this here, don't text it. Delete this here, don't text it. So yeah, it is also here. I need to work and forget this. I'm going to delete this now. All rubbish here. Now I delete many photographs here, and so that I can delete this also. What the fuck is delete this? Okay. Fuck off यार, क्यों नहीं मानता ये? Delete this also. Body also go. خلاص. Delete this also go. خلاص. Also go. خلاص. Alright guys, now I'm going to take photographs of something which I'll show you, because I cannot share you. I can show you something in that, and that's certain photographs of, you can say, unexpected bad quality, and that's not really acceptable. That quality is called no. So you may not see exactly, but let us see whatever you can see. Yeah, something is better than nothing, you can say here. Let us go down a little. You will see. Yeah. the case I want to show. I'll show you some other also. Now, here I have some photographs. Actually, these are very bad quality photographs of concrete and site working, and particularly concrete working. I want to show you, and I'll go to that discussion soon because I just photographs here. I just like to show how badly site works in this world, in this country. Now, those are not detailed ones, these are simply bad quality concrete I'm showing you. When I start on you see screen share, I'll show you that too. So this is bad quality concrete on some project. This this is one snap of that from my each is a separate image, but I am showing you one by one whatever images I have. This so bad quality of concrete means it can't be say that this is a professional work. I can't say this is a professional work. Though it's professional work, but not to mark, not to expected mark, not to standard marks. You may not see exact details on this, but I'm just referring to because then that's what is done. And worst story of scale and no controls on activities, and also let me say if you see details of this, you will find you'll become astonished yourself. I'll put it off now and I'll go start to okay, I'll put it off and I'll do something else now. Purpose was to show you that I am very disappointed, very much disappointed by standards of quality currently in our country. I'm not blaming other countries. There are many other countries where qualities are not standard, but I'm not concerned with them. I'm concerned with my country. I'm concerned with my country where people talk a lot, but if you see results, well, there's no match of what they talk about. They talk a lot on every advanced methodology, but if you see implication of that, it's not good. So I was talking about engineer employer and contractor relations. I say relation between engineer and contractors, that's a question mark. But people take it differently. Means, why is he talking about relation between engineer and contractor? They think I'm talking blood relation, I'm talking some other relation. We forget that other than these family relations or social relations, there exist, professional relations, or we can say working relations. Say I'm an engineer, I have a contractor, we have a relation. And that relation doesn't mean my family relation. That relation doesn't mean that we are related. That relation is that we have to interact with each other. You cannot avoid that. You have to. Documentary required it is you have to work together. When you work together, you are working relation. That's nothing to do with blood public activities. So when we have an employer, we have a contractor on one contract, of course they are both on contract. They both deal with contract. Employer is called party 1 while contractor is called party 2. And there's a person in between them, but not on contract. There's a person, author person, is a powerful person there, without which, employer cannot decide anything, and without whom no decision of contractor can be admitted, can be accepted. We have to understand that relation in spirit, not that is in project spirit, in spirit of development. That relation between employer or promoter and contractor is established. That is on official paper. That's called contract agreement. Contract agreement is an authentic paper, authentic charter between these two parties. Charter, I am saying, is a charter. Charter means what? Charter means some power given in return, some rights and privileges given in return to someone by other one. It's charter, let's say national charter, which is given by some royal or some government, or you can say highest body of some state to someone. It's called a charter. Here charter among two persons. Here employer is a person who is responsible for project, who has to face every ins and outs of that project, who has to face every consequence of that project. Even this project lost, doesn't get a profit. That's also responsibility of that promoter or owner. And contractor here is whose responsibility is limited to construction of that project. These are two parties which are legal and official once contract is signed. They are bound by those contract document, that contract document. They are not bound by something else. It may be red book or it may be silver book. On both it applies. But this description of designation does not exist on that contract, that there is an engineer. Yes, they may be defined, there shall be an engineer for this project, for some other purpose, not to be considered party to contract. Therefore, engineer is never a party on that contract, never. But engineer, because works for employer, it's up to employer and up to engineer on what basis of employment that engineer works. If that engineer works based on a professional contract, based on freelancing contract, that is possible. This means there should be a contract between employer and engineer for supervision, and if required for designs as well. That contract between promoter and engineer is services contract. Engineer has to provide employer with engineering services of designs and work execution. But that is different one. Between engineer and employer, their employer is party 1 and engineer is party 2 on that service contract. Service. Engineer is a service provider to honor the project. Engineer is a consultant there to grant advices on every stage. Why I am telling you all this? I have told you many times. I am telling you just to understand there is a triangular administration, though on contract there is not that. One contract is execution contract under Red Book, one contract is, you can say, design contract or is for upback. Means if we go to design high, now we have to understand this. Now, where are roles now? Function of engineer. Employer function we have understood. That function is limited. Employer has a limited role. Employer is responsible for the whole project, that's right. Employer is responsible for everything on project, loss or gain, reputation or something. And this is job of employer and not of contractors as well as not of engineer. Job of contractor is to abide by conditions of contract and they abide by what's required to be done and who expect engineer to make construction site. Where roles now? Contractor's role is contractor has to complete all contract scope within contract duration and engineer's role is to get job done. Role of engineer and role of contractor come into play. Now, practically, contractor works practically, and practically you can say engineer supervises stuff. Right? Job activities that engineer or engineer's assistant, that is resident engineer, with support of many disciplined engineers. When I say engineer has to supervise every activity on site, what do you think? What should be of quality or not of quality? What do you think, sir? You have to understand this. Engineer's job to make sure that whatever specification exists, whatever requirements exist, contractor has to develop that, to deliver that. That is engineer, is a different role completely on site, a completely different role. Now let us see what role is that, and that is related to joint action with contractors role, joint action. Many of you may not be clear about this, but this is fact. This is fact that when we work together, job of contractor is to deliver works according to contract documents. And contract documents are which? That is also a point to understand. Contract documents. I'm yawning. Contract documents means whatever papers were signed between employer and contractor. All those are contract documents. Contract document starts from contract itself. What is contract? That number one document. If there is a letter of acceptance, this also comes as a contract document. Or below that, and then contract. Whatever is contract document, I say number one is contract itself. Letter of acceptance comes then, and then with documents if there are some. And after that comes what? Particular conditions, general conditions, and then comes specifications, and then comes drawings. This all. Or then something else. Whatever is that. Contractor and owner are bound by this. But don't you find some miracle here? What's happening? These are contract documents. What's the meaning of this? Its meaning is that contractor's personnel or contractor's staff or contractor's agent and engineer's agent and also public. in long run where issue of durability arises, issue of reliability arises, that is safety plus service plus durability. These are very important matters. If these do not sit on construction, then construction without meaning, no meaning, and there is no rectification of that. In these photographs which I tried to show, I'll show you later on as well, there are many defects in concrete, and nobody cared on site to check those defects, to seriously understand why it's happened and how to rectify it. That's why contractors, personnel and engineers personnel are employed on site until purpose is we want defect-free, good structure, and that's why contractor is given this trust that you do this for an exchange of money. That is called consideration of contract. To do that job of contractor, some methods are involved, some standards are involved, and this list is carrying for doing something when you want to sleep, that's best time to sleep. I said both now party contractor and non-party engineer have to interact with each other officially, not being a party, interact officially, because all these three are bound by two contracts. One is contractor's contract, other is engineer's contract. This means there is external control, a kind of external one. It's not external, but a kind of external. Now, these documents which I am going to talk particularly claim that these be operational. You must get some standard quality achievements on project. Sometimes we ignore everything and you can say kill contract before it starts. Now what documents I'm talking with? Purpose of these documents is to keep written interaction of everything. Everything cannot be done by speech, cannot be done by promises or okay, I trust you. Trust exists, still exists. But alone trust is not competent and consistent to bring your level of working to that standard which is required in our work. Standards are required. Now what we should do actually, project of construction is not for one day, depends on size of project. It may go for, you can say, it may go for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 6 months, or whatever number of duration it can do. It can go like that. We cannot say it cannot go, it will go like that. And that way, everybody should be there on site in that capacity. Contractor has to work on site for that duration, and engineer also has to work on site for that duration. And both are bound by their responsibilities of individual on their individual contract. But during dealing with themselves, they have some established working relations according to mandate on both contracts. And you can say if two contracts are put together and understood, automatically you can say a virtual relation is established between contractor and engineer. It's not corruption-based relation, it's a relation that is a must, and that relation should be that high of standard that both work for each other as far as I say project interest is concerned. I'm telling project interest, not contractor interest, neither contractor's interest, not engineers, but interest of owner. And interest of owner means not personal interest of owner, interest of owner's project. Because all these three work for that project. And that project means this is respect of the stakeholders, engineer and you can say promoter plus mechanic or foreman. They own responsibilities towards each other, they own honor towards each other, they own interaction towards each other, and these ownership demand clarity of what they are. Yes, in professional world they understand everything. In professional world, doing practically all contract work, they understand that. But public is not well aware of that, and maybe professionals too, and even professionals on engineering, because I know our engineers are not very happy, they never remain very happy dealing contracts. They think their job is only technical. Our engineering, though contracts is also technical, they think their job is only engineering and supervision. But I think that's partly correct, and remaining portion out of partly is also correct, which they miss and they should not miss. That is my you can say my contemplation, that engineer has to understand this deficiency, which actually comes in a way of command. When we are on project of construction or what, our goal is everybody's goal of every stakeholder, and these three prime stakeholders, that is the engineer, contractor and employer, is to deliver this project to public, in fact, honor through public, or public through honor, in best quality, efficiency, proficiency, and project's long life, which will become durable. So in that case, we cannot go word by word to contract, but in a comprehensive manner, we understand what contract demands, what lattice and a spirit of contract is. And this is design of contract, that these three should work together without having any support or problem, and to talk to each other. This I was crying from a journey in Goa from South India, where I particularly called someone in that, and I learned this there from my professional journey on that, and I learned quality from my professional journey in Iraq, that these documentations, I think, are very important. Because again I say, let us consider what is document, that is site diary, or we can say maintain site diary, operate site diary. And site diary, though it's old term, term doesn't matter. Function is important. How it works, that is important. Rather than to see that what's not important. When we talk of side diary, what does it mean? Or you may say daily job record or whatever you call it. Whatever term you use, it doesn't matter. What does it say? It actually does not say alone, it communicates to everybody, communicates to contractor, self at control, it communicates to engineer that he has to see it every day and write something on this, and it is to some other person is not well qualified, but has to be. Side diary should be competent document. It should be comprehensive, correct, and religion free or documentation is not for sake of writing only, it's for implementation. This diary tells everybody every day what has gone on site and what is going on site. When you write diary, it's not simply you're writing essay, no. There is a format for that. You can devise that format, engineer can devise that format. For example, we can say, I have a format here, I will show you later on. I'm just trying to explain what do these documents mean. These documents tell, you can say they speak actually, if your document is right, you have filled right. But that too people ignore, they don't take it as if it's right. Diary. Just like you may write your diary every day in your life, it's up to you. Nobody can stop you. But here, it's not optional. It has to be. It's job requirement. It has to be. It's job requirement. It has to be. It has to be done its way. It cannot be condemned. For example, it gives what activities we have completed and what activities we are starting. Right? It will give you temperature of day, humidity of day. It may give you what machines have come to site, what wheels have come to site, how many workers are there, how many contractors workers are there, and how many staff are there, and what activities are going on site or to go on that day, what sort of material was procured for that, and what sort of material procured for other activities. Who are visitors who came that day, what inspections were done, what inspections were planned, like that. And if there is some problem, this is sequential writing. This is, you can say, it's required. Then daily job record or side diary, which can be used whatever way you wish. That diary, every day, that page is taken out from diary and submitted to resident engineer or engineer. When I say site agent, responsibility of site agent, then yes, you will say you can write whatever you deem what material arrives from outside, who were on inspections, what has been inspected, different times. say side diary is to be written, actually you have to be more concerned about writing activities. What activities are important? Because some information can be collected by your junior or some person who understands temperature, for example, humidity, or like that, which are not very technical works. But activities are important, visitors are important, equipments are very important, and those should be well taken care of. If they are not taken care of for requirement, who's going to suffer? Side there is exchange. It's very important document. Right. Sometimes when there was no standard method statements, I was asked to use method statements of some concrete or slab. I wrote that inside there. Briefly will sketch how shall we be put. And know that. Yes, sir. Other document is that is daily report submitted. Daily report is a part, you may say, actually covered the side diary itself, because that was maintenance side diary and submittal. The daily report can be any document, can be anything. There is no limit in that. There can be work report, there can be accident report, there can be quality report, or there can be something else also. Then you come to material submittals. Here starts professional work. Material submittal books, right? Yes, also professional work. But material submittal is dominating one. Dominating in a sense. If material is not available, what shall we do? Take this point. If material you want to buy, it cannot be used. Okay. So we go to material submittal. I am wasting your time, I think, right? You may say just buy material and install. Yes, you are right. Buy material and install. You have to buy and install. Or which material? You decide you only occupy this. Can contractor decide? Questions like contractor has to comply with contract documents. Comply with that. Contract documents may require some patented material or a material for which that is. What is material submittal? Think. There are chances in your tender itself that you have to opt out of these 3 or 4 materials for every item, every material. There are hundreds of materials in construction and in such projects, mega projects or small projects. There will be many civil materials, many electrical materials, any mechanical materials, or you can say whatever disciplines exist. It is duty of contractor to invite patients and hear them. When list is available by given by approved by owner, there will be list for all materials, all maybe hundreds of materials are here, and of course trade's name or a manufacturer's name indicated, say 3 or 4 names for one item, and that list is given in that it requires approval. Not only name approval, simply whatever is shown on the day of grant. And that's materials other than that, permanent material. Permanent material, I'm not talking of temporary material, I'm talking of permanent material, which are included forever on that process. I'm not talking of temporary material or material to be used. When after quotations are bought from various suppliers, there is manufacturers located overseas or here, but we have to compare prices of these three locations, because they can give price KPIs down. What material is proposed is up to contractor. Out of that list, there is a form which is filled in that material and cost accordingly. Then you submit sample one format and also is data sheet. That engineer goes through that. Engineer or resident engineer, and they write their comments on that if there are. If there are no comments, it says no. If you understand that point, believe me, half of your delays will be over. Because you have to place orders for materials in time, and these materials must reach your site before they are required. And it's duty of resident engineer and engineer to process it very fast once they receive they receive from contractor in their office. They should process approval at very fast rate, because there are hundreds of materials which require this side and this level. Now a little more further, we resolve materials. Then also you can say by chance some material is not available. It's not because contractor doesn't want to buy that. Due to some other reason this is. And if it's available, then contractor has got no choice. Where to buy so. And if say it's not available for some reason, then contractor have a right to raise a proposal for comparable material, both costs are justified. It's not justified. Then you come to another document, and that's called strap. This is shop and working drawing submittals. Shop and working drawing submittals. It's very big procedure on construction contracts, because what drawings you get, particularly services, allied services, electrical, mechanical, electronics, or CCTV, or building management, or FMA, or lift, or whatever you get services. Contracts with others, subcontractors, is you have no choice there, no choice at all. You have to go through that stage. You have to follow procedure, and there are procedures that no work can be done until your working procedure is approved by engineer. No work can be done, and if no work can be done, that means project is going to delay. So you have to define in the beginning itself what is shop drawing, or list of shop drawing. These are list of shop drawings on this project, and I am going to produce, I mean to say subcontractor, or who else, electrical, mechanical, or all these subcontractors. They have to first submit working drawings or shop floor drawings that shall be used in shop floor, and working drawings that shall be used on site for practical work. Those works which are not given, not shown, not detailed out on schematic drawings that engineer can do, but those schematic drawings are converted to shop drawing and working drawings, and these are processed for approval on proper formulas. And once approval is done, only then work moves. Work can be allowed to be done. And this not only affects these drawings itself, this affects structure. The structure is also impacted in many cases, and there is a reason for that. The reason particularly it is in air conditioning, or you can say heat ventilation, air conditioning, because heat ventilation and air conditioning generally centralized system on projects, and that centralized system means you have to keep somewhere your chillers, packages or packages units, and air handling units in certain yard. Yard may be roof, terrace, or yard may be ground, or yard may be somewhere else. Your air handling unit works there, also your chiller works there, or may work somewhere else as well. You need first learning and then knowledge. I consider our engineers are well learned. If not learned, they have to learn. For these shop drawings and use drawings, and if you don't do that, you can't work. You are worthless. This is system I am talking. I am talking system. I am not talking because I like it or you like it. A practical system is framed, and that practical system in fact is very responsible. That practical system guides everything. You may say, no, I'll do as I like. You may do as you like, but remember, you are not alone. You are bound by something. I will put like this: bound by something, or everybody is bound by something, and that something is very important from go beyond limits. When system works, it works. You have to follow it. Or if you don't follow it, you propose your own system and let it be approved. That's what's necessary. Suppose your duct does not cooperate with beam. I mean to say, it doesn't passes below beam freely. Your duct doesn't pass below structural RCC beam freely. It strikes with that. That you may not know before you do job. Because everybody cannot conceive it. Only related engineers can conceive it. You are going to fix a duct in a place and duct cannot pass below beam because of restriction on height of room. There is a clear minimum height required between beam, bottom and your floor, and also there is a clear height required between false ceiling and floor. That false ceiling must contain within it its plenum, all services, electrical services, your mechanical or HVAC services or whatever comes therein requires to be accommodated therein. It should be successfully done. You show on drawing something, this air conditioning engineer draws, HVAC engineer draws that, and thinks that yes, it would be there. But air conditioning is not shown about RCC beam. It can be shown only when that engineer goes to RCC design part. That person is not sure, but that person, okay, I'll take my duct here. This is my supply duct and this is my supply branches and this is my extract ducts. I'll take my duct and I am not problem. Problem is not with HVAC person. Problem is with structural engineer. Problem is with site civil engineer, because no one is understanding. No one understands that at time of issuing drawing, schematic drawing, and also at time of preparation of working drawing. HVAC engineer is not clear of that. I am clear they are not. They are only interested in pushing their job, but there is no way that they can do it. And RCC has been done, it cannot be removed. So that type of situation creates clashes. In some cases, even there is no room to widen that duct and reduce depth of that duct. There are cases, there have been cases. Generally, a section of duct is changed at that location, either widening that or doing something that it works smooth, and HVAC ducts are hanged. All pipes are required to flow in, copper pipes and all pipes, and that's where we say that is a point of coordination. If my beam is there, I can't change beam. Duct is not installed, it has to be installed. This means section of duct can be revised. But section of duct division also creates another problem, how it works with system. You can say, I have revised that, but is that enough? Point is that. Is that enough you have revised that, or you need something else? Just revision is enough thing? Is revision enough? No, revision is not enough. You have to make sure that this works successfully. That's point what we say. That point is very important. If we can resolve it in time, it's fine. And if we cannot resolve it, it impacts on what time is or delay. That's what I say, shop trains are very important. And same thing applies to lift or elevator or some other equipment. or you can say various other equipments are fixed in buildings, and if you install them somewhere on terrace or somewhere on ground or in service area, wherever you install that, they will come in contact with servicing section and en route with some problems, and there can be further clash between various services, because generally services move in planum, and that is above ceiling, and there sometimes spaces are very limited and services clash with each other, and there's found no space, and sometimes electrical mechanical services clash with each other, sometimes lighting locations clash. So all these points require to be understood in explicit terms before these are fixed, and that's what we say shop drawings work. These are not electromechanical shop drawings. I'm talking about all drawings that plays their role, even structural and architectural drawings sometimes play a role to avoid clashes. Means this is just explanation I'm trying to give you, how we should be careful, how we should be systematic. It's not at random that we work. We work in certain sequence, and that sequence must be foreseen. You cannot say today there is a clash and I did not know till yesterday. And if you did not know till yesterday, this means you were sleeping. You should know, you should foresee clash in beginning, what clashes there can be. Because contracts are not free times. There's a limit always in so many days of award of contract. You have finished these submissions, you have finished material submissions, shop drawing submittals, because we have to see that engineer also takes some time, then many other people take some time, and contract time is not free. Every day on contract counts, every hour on contract counts, and that's very important point. And if you cannot understand that, then we are somewhere in wrong track. Our track is not clear. That point we must understand. Our track must be clear. We cannot go unnoticed. And then we can say, there can be a long talk on this, but I do not do talk that. Then there is weekly program, there is quarterly program, there is total program, there is revised program. Let us talk about, and then monthly progress. I'll take program later. Let's take monthly, or you can say progress review. Progress review. There was a time when progress or works on projects could not move very fast due to whatever reasons. I'm talking of, I'm talking of 80s, 70s, in those days when construction was under development, when you can say tracks were not very fast and some machines developed, that was stage of machine development, and fast tracking was not possible. But later this came and fast tracking became possible. And when fasting was not possible in that era, projects were still there. Means some duration was little higher, let us say. Sometimes you can say that because of not that fast speed of progress, meetings were conducted monthly for progress review, and those meetings were, you could say, those meetings were very important from every point of view. They were actually, when I was on those projects, one project was, you can say, Boys Preparatory School. In that time, it was in 1986-87, I was there. It was about 13 to 14 million real at that time, I'm talking. And it was considered a good project from that viewpoint of contract point of view. because in those days projects were not very big. We are big, but depending on situation. That project was about 18 months total, and the structure was about 60% time, 17% time. I was involved on that project from beginning till end of structure. Then I had to go on vacation. We used to conduct our consultant, Qatar consultants group, manage that project. Management supervised that project. Design was theirs, not ours. Well, I didn't know complete details of what sort of management those British people would like, but they well managed. I can say they well organized the supervision activities, controls you should say rather than supervision. They well managed in those days. I'm talking of 86, 87, which there was no computers, only calculators, all manual activities. We had to do that. We had to do everything manually. World was raw. Monthly contract meeting they used to call, sometimes they used to call progress review meeting. They used to conduct. And also they wanted complete talks of services in those meetings. Beginning was that they started that services also into that, but later they feel that it takes a lot of time and so many representatives are available in those meetings. So they bifurcated that into main meeting and services meeting. Main meeting was for progress review meeting, while other meeting was named technical and coordination meeting. And they said technical and coordination is done among contractors, subcontractors, through main contractor. We were main contractors. So you take care of this part yourself. We are not going to interfere. We are not going to waste our time on this. These are your subcontractors, and we don't want to let them sit here, waste their time and also our time. So you care of that. You chair that meeting, and we will take super chair of this meeting, and we will include that portion which you conduct in that meeting into this. We'll add that one later on. Add means minutes of those or whatever actions transpired or whatever happened in that meeting. Of course, there will be one person from the engineers and there for just communication purpose or for apprising that team. So they say you chair that. Okay, no problem. We'll do that. What happened then? 1 week before the schedule of main meeting, we used to conduct our meeting. Of course, one person from consultant or engineer was there, and we had a format that you have to do in this format. Same format means material issue, shop drying issue, what are problems, progress, cost, budget, etc., etc. As we did, same thing was done in that. I as site agent or project manager used to chair that meeting, and that meeting was of course still long because in beginning every contractor, every stakeholder was there, electrical, mechanical, lift, services, plumbing, and whatever else, whatever other subcontract items were there, is to come there. There were generally clashes for among electrical, mechanical engineers, electrical, mechanical, and similar type of plumbing, and various others were there. Because otherwise they will blame on each other. Suppose there is separate mechanical contractors or contractor and electrical contractors. They never come in unison. They never they are sitting on the same page. They want to say bad to on each other. One problem is that it is a project and we should work together. They work together as far as showing is concerned. But calmly, it's different. Well, we used to conduct that meeting and write notes of that or minutes of that and send to them. And also, 2 days, I think, one day before conduct time of that meeting, main meeting, also I used to sit with coordinator of that meeting to elaborately confer on progress status and reach certain percentages item wise, so that at least 1 hour of that meeting is saved. And that report was submitted during that meeting. We agreed this. What we used to agree? We used to agree percentages of all this progress format is there are so many buildings. This building is so much behind, so much ahead, or whatever it is, and this total status. And if this is lagging behind, what precautions, what measures shall we take, and if this is going ahead. Thank you very much, Moni. And then suppose there is some other problem, we do have to resolve that in that meeting. If some information is missing, if there is some quality issue or some safety issue, the safety was not that important in those days. Fortunately, I never used my helmet, my hard hat in those days. I never used my safety shoes in those days. There was nothing as such. That was that time. So I still remember that time. Nothing happened. What to do? Time was that. But later on, it's a 1 monthly, it was okay for them. But now, they used to say, first of all, they were not happy with me. But later, when they saw, his first problem was that I was Bharat Indian and British had some kind of, racism in their minds, which is evident now. That time too it was, but no problem, I moved on with them. And later on, of course, we were on the same page. They trusted me and used to depend on me, and somebody asked a question, do you have any problem with this site, our person or their person? With that coordinator of that resident engineer, is called the resident engineer. He said, no, as far as this person is there, I don't mind. I have no problem. Every day he used to get me. He used to call me and come to me, I want this information, I want that information, I want this. So I used to get it immediately. Within minutes, okay, take this and take this and take this. I was very efficient in interaction with that person or those persons, and I always force them to decide. That's the important point. Force them to decide. So I never left them, okay, you are an engineer and you are a consultant, you are fine, but you have to solve this problem. This is your problem, and if you cannot solve, I am giving you a proposal, you have to do that, either of two. You give a solution or I give a solution, because I am not authorized to approve your proposal. So that way, they were, reasonable, they respected professionals, and that time, though, if you compare to now, there is a lot of difference. That time never comes back, we know. It never comes back. It always goes. Now, every weekly meetings are done because of very fast movement of project. But learning is a problem. Sometimes access is also not good. If you conduct meetings every week, you think in 1 week something would change on site. Yeah. I would say this should change. Meeting also costs time, preparation time, revision time, action time. Actions take time, and meetings minutes, while 6 or 7 days is very small period. But this happens usually, what can I do? This goes on and on and world is going like that. Now, I should think, what's my battery status, let me see. It's only 1 hour, let me 10-15 minutes ago. Now, we say that this was meeting. Now, in between there were programs, there was talking, and there is program, schedule. After all, scheduling is very important. You may call schedule, doesn't mind, I don't mind. Schedule. Schedule are of, there are so many schedules on the project. We call master schedule, or we may call level 1. Level 1 means where this is the start and this is end, and these are main. This is level 1. Level 2 means gives further details of that. Further details. And maybe in sections you may say. And then level 3, level 4, level 5. It goes on far down. Level 5, detail of resources, everything. Scheduling is not easy. It's not easy. If somebody thinks I sit in office and decide scheduling as a planning engineer and my schedule follow, that person can never pass. What I am saying is, I am saying a civil engineer who considers self as a planning engineer or planner or scheduler, and if that person thinks that I can sit here in office and can say, you do this, I am telling you, that person would not succeed. This I have seen people like that. Now I say to do it. This is not your work scheduler. And this is what neither mine. This is a team work. A person who is working on site, who works on site, on front, he knows problems. Sitting in office, you cannot know problems. You have to talk to that person. You have to come to site. You have to discuss quantification. You have to discuss everything. If you want to schedule, did you qualify? My question is that. No, I took from you. Why did you take from you? Did you make this BOQ? No, I didn't make so. I just took for guidance. What do you mean by guidance? No guidance. Not at all. No, that's not right. You are not doing your job. I can't depend on information provided by engineer or by employer. I don't depend upon that. That's not my approach. My approach is entirely different. I want reliable information without any defect, without any flexibility. I want solid, concrete information. And that's not in comprehension, that's not in abstract form. I require information in analytical form. Analytical means, say, if you have 3 or 4 structures, buildings in a project, maybe small, maybe big, doesn't matter. I want each area separate information. 1 building, 2 building, 3 building, 4 building, and is there something else also? Boundary wall, a big component, or landscape. I want everything in separate BOQ. And each BOQ should give me level wise. It's not simply display so many cubic meters. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. I need level wise. Level, ground level, foundation, ground level, first floor, second floor, third floor, like that BOQ. Yes, BOQ is one, but it's level wise. Did you do that? A question must be asked. Did you prepare that? You did not prepare that. Now what for? How you could prepare? How do you know activities move? What kind of work is there? See, in engineering, everything is related to each other. Everything is related to each other. So schedulers should act as a part of team, and quality has to act as a part of team. And then only then it can move, otherwise not. That's a factual statement I am making. Let me check my battery again. Otherwise this video will go off here. 1 hour 20 minutes then. Oh, I should put it on now. I should put it on better. Well, so I was talking of program, SCAS, master program level 1, which is for whole project from beginning till end. And this is generally fixed one. Maybe some amendments there if there's an extension of time. Otherwise, it's fixed one. Then what actually is required other than practically speaking? We may do level 2, level 3, that's only for some other purpose. But let us say practically speaking, what we need out of it. Because the age may be 18 months progress, it may be 24 months progress. I mean the project duration. But practically, what we require? We require, what shall we do next week? We should know at least one day before start of week. We should know, our supervisors should know, and our engineer resident should know what we are going to do that. And not because we need material for that. We just need presence of everybody. For material, we have many other programs. Many other ways, material procurement is there, other programs are there. That's different one, that's different line on that. Then we say that is presence, then look height, 4 weeks program, 4 weeks look ahead, or 3 months look ahead. Like that means we have different categories of program which are practical one. If you know what shall happen in coming 3 months or quarter, we have to make sure we have materials for them. And if we don't have materials, we have to procure those materials. Because sometimes it takes time even to procure local materials. I'm not talking about imported one. Imported one shall come from beginning itself. We have to devise everything that we have to import or we have to order. There may be some items which require more duration than project duration itself. How to manage those items? You can't manage. So in that case, you have to go this way. This is an only way that can be gone. Otherwise, there's no use. So here it says, look ahead 1 week, look ahead 2 weeks, look ahead 3 weeks, and look ahead. So we need different levels of program for meeting different needs. If you need, buy something, say last mid of last. Then we can say the programs may be different, but we have to ensure ourselves we are ready on programs. Yes, there are also recovery program, very important program. Recovery, people don't actually take seriously these programs. Say my project is 5% behind. Of course, I have to take bad words from everybody. 5% behind time. I will try to catch that, to reach that with certain rearrangements on site. Let's say work overtime or to do something or augment some reversal system like that. And then control supervision or what we have in site and I can change that. Find solution for it. They can be still, we are 10% behind. That question marks. You may be 5%, you may be 10%, you may be 15%. A stage comes, you are 25% behind. So when we say we are behind too much, 25% behind, I think it's impossible to retrap, impossible to recover, to reach online. I say we are not online, means we are not online of program. There's S-curve, there's S-curve, or we can say bar chart. We convert bar chart to S-curve. There's S-curve when we are below S-curve in progress, and S-curve is above. It's not possible all time that we are above S-curve and the S-curve is below. That's in very rare cases. It's big achievement if you move on S-curve. It's big achievement. But it's not even there. What should say? What should I do? I have missed time. I lost my control. It was 25%. Big enough. Wash that. You have nothing. You can't recover that, or you can't get extension of time. There is no reason for that. And you have only recoveries, and that can be done. That can be done by requesting. They will ask the recovery program. Means you cannot change date of completion. You have to recover time lost. How to recover that? You have to think. You are not ordinary person, you know how to do that. Therefore, you recover. So you have to, upgrade your resources. You have to enhance the strength available, or workers, or start overtimings, or do whatever you can. Of course, keeping your engineers safe. You have to do it. So that's what is recovery, we call it. Now we move to somewhere, let me say it's charging or not. I hope it will be charging, is it? Yes, charging, yes, charging, okay. Now we sit down. Now there are certain documentation, formal correspondences between contractor and engineer and vice versa. That is very important for communicative purpose. Though now it is the BIM, but still you have to write it that this change of some system, BIM, building interface management, I call it. Everything is at one server and updated all information. But that is same, means communication is still important. You have to inform if you have some problem, and they have to inform. They want some information, or they want something to done. So when there's a way, means contracts, engineers writes to contract in form of email, or you may call it site memo. They instruct you some writing other than what they ask you on site to the supervisors or assistants. They send you some site instructions, site memos and site instructions as well. side memos means general document. And same thing writing an ordinary letter to someone. And there's also side. There's responses thing on the side. So these are called side memos, you may call them, you may call letters from resident engineer. There's another one that's called site instruction, in which they may say you have to do this job, and you think that it's okay, fine, it's a part of my contract, and you agree with that. In that case, no problem. But if you think, no, this is not in my scope, I know this is not my scope, and if I do this, it shall add on my cost, it shall constitute cost on me, and you are not keen to do that, but you can't refuse directly, so you have to write a memo or a letter, a communication to resident engineer or engineer or honor that this your instruction constitutes cost variation, and you explain that and give this name, and you do only if you agree with that. So that's called site instruction, which usually come to you or sent to you. And if you say yes, it's okay, I agree with you, engineer responds like that, then you can say, you move ahead, look into that, you can't stop that work which engineer wanted. So this is the profession. Okay. And then you can say, I say, it's time, like I see, it's about 7:20. So I think not today, I wasted some time. Okay, then this engineer's instruction shall be issued based on your valuation or your proposed estimate of cost. That engineer instruction is actually a claimable document, a kind of approval of your cost of that variation. That's called engineer's instruction, and that is a document, authentic document given to you, like you can say is a part of contract. Then there are so many meetings, as I said, general meetings, special and instant meetings, site member, site instruction, ES sections, evaluation of completed works. Evaluation of completed works is also very important activity, without which you won't be paid. They call in statement, statement of cost submitted, statement of works done. They call by whatever name. Monthly you have to submit your work done statement. You have done this work and will be paid. You completely submit documents and those people shall verify that. And I noted that some people show too much on that, but doing it more important show. So valuation means you have to submit your details, because it is lump sum fixed price. You cannot submit all measurements. You don't need to submit anything. Already there are arrangements between you and resident engineer or engineer that this is a statement, what percentage you have done, was expected to be done, based on our program, based on our schedule. In beginning itself, our agent through quantity surveyor, quantity engineer, or directly agree on that breakdown of payments, that these are items and this total 100%. In this, by this time it should be done according to schedule, and it's not done, what is done? We have to be paid for what is done. And you can say this slab has been done so many percent, this slab has been done. That way we can continue on. It takes hardly, I think, 1 or 2 days to complete that valuation, because there's no measurement, nothing, just what is measured, and you can claim your variation. That's very simple. Then we can say this is this is valuation or payment subcontractors valuations and reflected ceiling plans, and test reports and protocols, method test. Well, I cannot talk all today. We'll discuss it normally whenever I think it's good to discuss, because sometimes we have to change our style. Today I wanted to discuss something else, but because this share, it did not come up, so I am helpless. I was helpless in that, and still it's not coming. It's showing no entry. What can I say? That's the problem here. Yes, test reports and code records and materials. We'll talk later, because we cannot get into everything in one go. We have to keep it here, and we'll talk now something of some other time. Site life is not that easy as we think. It's easy to say that site engineer or people on site, they are free to do what they want. That's all illusory, and in fact they have to work a lot physically, mentally, and they generally remain in tension. Because there's a principle: if you work yourself for something, you can do whatever you want to do on that. And if you say, no, I cannot work myself, I need some support, I should be, means some people like to have people with them for status purpose. Well, I don't think that's right way. You are working in office. If I worked in office also for many years and in many positions. I worked in Mid-Mac in office. I worked in Al Jaber Energy Services in office. I worked in office for bid sections in Al Jaber as well for many years. And same way, I worked in partly office, partly here and there, generally in all assignments. Office working is something. Once you feel each other. Working on site means you have to prove that you are here. In office, you can work silently if you know your work. You can do more than what people expect you to do that, because it depends on your efficiency. And now, because there are computers, you have an advantage. When there were no computers, you consume many volume of work was there. Volume of work, and you should test of that quantity surveyor or engineer status of piling up of all documents. Computers has reduced that, but still, because whole day you work and you can do whatever you want to do, it's okay. What I mean to say, you should not harm someone else. You should not harm someone else, even our junior or senior. If we do not work somewhere, we should not work somewhere else. No, when I used to work in office, I started in Mid-Mac. Before that, I was in, my positions were like that. Before that, I was in Libya, also in Iraq. In Libya, I worked in both positions, in site as well as in office, and with complete responsibility. Always in Iraq, it's a different kind of environment, so I cannot say I was that high there. When I worked in office for many years, I worked there in one site for 3 years in office, engineering office. Engineering it stopped. Engineering means it includes quality as well as quantification and many more. But I was abused there also. Abused sense. Everybody wants to give me for me, advise me this, and I please do it for me like that. So 30 engineers, and I think 50 engineers are foremen together. A good collaboration. I was in another company, the same company but another branch. I came back after some dispute, and I worked there for about 3 to 4 years. 4 years. So engineering in office is very difficult actually. Engineering, I say. Until you are not clear, you can't do it. It looks as so is this person sitting in office all day. Maybe they think I'm playing on video. There were some people, some senior directors who didn't like why this young engineer, I was young at that time. Why is not going to site? Why not sending to site? And one director came to me. I was early morning there. What you are doing? Saw me doing some work. Okay, if I give you one assistant, you are busy, so much busy. You come early morning and go late. Why don't you take one assistant for you? I said, no, I don't need. No, you take assistant. Why are you so busy? Well, his intention was bad. He wanted me to take to his site so that his site moves fast. He was interested in site, but that could not understand I was working for his site also from office. That was a different code, because on professional sites, office work is more important than direct site work. Until you are not ready with everything, every detailing, you cannot work on that site. It's not building work alone. It was a plant work. You must have gone through many drawings, which may be of foremen on site and site engineers. They used to bring me problems, so this is our problem, resolve it, or make query for this. It happened. They even if they know this site, used to know how to do it, or they say you have to. They don't know how to project it, how to reflect that on papers. That's the point here, which we should understand. How to reflect it on paper. That reflection is a point to be known as means. That reflection is very important to be cleared and then submitted. Because we cannot blindly submit like NSA. No, that's not it. Point to point in a fashion that immediately one should know. Drawing should be in a receive. When I say you have to prepare a design or drawing, it should be in such a fashion that in one go I can understand what this drawing is. I think you agree with that. If you go through each and every word of drawing and understand, that's not drawing, that's just waste of time. Your drawing should say, this is me, partners. When you turn pages of contract, Contract is voluminous, thousands of pages, hundreds of pages, and can you what by what read it? No, you cannot read it. Yes, pages by pages you can read it. You will not believe this, but that's fact of life. For pages, okay, this is this, okay, fine, this must be a content. This, okay, I go to this page and see that. Within minutes to go to that point. Thousands of pages. You should know which page is for you at that time. Which page gives you information at that time. We are not writing English, we are not in the competition of essay, or we are not looking draft. That's engineering work. Only an experienced engineer can understand meaning of that. So there are so many complications in office engineers itself. When so many documents you have to go through, you have to understand them, and you have to coordinate document to document, you have to screen document to document. Only then you can know what you are doing, what you have to do. That part of contract is very important. Site work in such situation where you have only to work according to drawing, and there's no other liability there. They're just to make material requirement, means that's too is temporary material, not permanent material, because others will do for you. They will place orders, and those who place orders, they get support from site offices about material quantities as well. So that's also another kind of voluminous work that those office people do. So I'm saying there's a division of responsibility, you can say in this way, just like division of responsibility in contract says, there's a division of responsibility. There's an engineering section, there's a planning section, there's a quality section, there's a quantity of contract section, there is this section, engineering, and this is this and that is this. There are so many document sections, for example. Every section on such major projects are distributed their responsibilities according to their job description. Because now there are so many sections and so many people involved, you have to bring them to one page. And that is called very important activity, and we call it coordination. Not liaison, coordination. Engineering coordination is very, very important if you want to save time and if you want to do work in time. And if you are not able to do that, you are going to suffer certainly. Nobody can stop you from suffering. That is life in civil engineering. Even designs are not so easily done these days because there are so many complexities involved, and if you do not take those into consideration at time of design, then the design also requires many revisions, and which is not in interest of designers, because designers to work in same boat, they forget what they considered at that time. They designed 6 months back, and that designer is not available now, it's on vacation. Other one is there, other one is there. But there is some more information has come, more requirement has come, and they have to revise that, because that time they did not take into consideration that one. There is no one to think. Can they use this? Then the question is that if you use same one, there will be a problem. If you don't use same one, you delay. That's why I'm saying it's complete integrated activities-based management or organization. Actions are required in collaboration with each other. You can learn that only when you are in field, and that's why I named this field engineering. Field engineering doesn't mean work on site only. Field engineering was an engineering field. Engineering professional field, how we work. That's point I wanted to communicate. Thereby, quality, for example, is very, very complicated one as well. It's not simply going to site with a form and passing or rejecting. No, it's not that. Approve or reject that. No, that's not exact. That's just a part of quality. If a quality If a quality engineer does not understand materials, does not understand systems, does not understand methods of working, and does not understand codes, and so many other requirements which are part of quality, I can't call that person quality engineer, irrespective of that person's certification of ISO 9000. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have seen quality engineers think that approval or rejection is only their business, or they just want to check based on right or wrong, not based on complete comprehension of that work. That is called young quality engineer. I am talking that quality engineer who is a matured one. That person knows facts. If there is a defect in concrete, let's say, after doing there is a defect, why did that defect appear? Quality engineer has to understand that. What sort of mix we are using? Why do we use that? Why can't we change it? That also quality engineer has to understand. Similarly, various materials used on site. What is fixing procedures? What is placing procedures? What we are doing? Quality engineer must know that. But it happens or doesn't happen, you can guide yourself. If some defect appears like there, so I wanted to show you some defects actually. That's why I tried screen share, but it did not work. So I cannot show you any file. I'll try to show you through some other way or other system where if possible like that is, or I have to shift to new. If new can show that. New means now there's a problem here. They are by force introducing new, and they want to close this classical format in next month. So I don't know what's the reason behind that. They just show one that they're changing, but they're not doing stage by stage installation. You'll see now share is not working, and on new I'm not finding my videos tracking. I'm not able to share public my stories on other postings. Like that means they're causing problem. And on new, if you want to take by click, URL, right click, I'm not able to take that. I have to go to display of play of that video, and then it's inconvenience. Maybe they are not sure, maybe they are not informed well by people. It will take time for them, maybe let's say further 1 year to understand what they missed. But it affects those who are regular users. Their point must consider this point they consider. Just 10 days left now, I think 22nd to 9 days left. They will close it. Why after all? What do you want to show the world? You have given a facility to public, and you are now going to cause problem to a person like me. I was interested in that. I cannot do that. Because if I do that, I have to close down this video and again start. Just like I did yesterday. If I want to share document, I'm not able to share through this system. It's not accepting. This means maybe they have closed this part of old. So I have to go to new one. And if I have to go to new one, I have to close this one first. Means this video I have to close. And it's not that immediately I go to transfer. It doesn't take like that. It's waste of time. I have to stop. Now I have talked 4 hours. I have to talk to 1.5 hours, and then I have to start, and it means in place of one video, I have to work on 2 videos. That's what I say. So we complicate sometimes ourselves. And we don't comprehend that. It should be done. This is not means once you are in public, means you have to think of public. Well, it's still 15 minutes I can say. Now, my proposition here is, today I am talking about organizations and site controls, and also I talked about soil. Now, for me, site control is very, you can say, it's not simply what people think. It's you have to learn. You have to learn something. And don't think that shuttering is very easy, or steel fixing is very easy, or setting out is very easy, or quantification is very easy. If you keep that mind, okay, you be ready to work on that rather than thinking easy or difficult. Nothing is easy, I'm telling you that one, nothing is easy. What is easy? Nothing. When I say site controls means control of activities, all activities. If we want to control activities, we have to understand item. And not time at that time when we do it, before that. Because we have a plan. We have a schedule. Look ahead, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 week. Look ahead we have. So what does it mean? We should just compose that and submit and then close it? No, it's not that. You have to post it on some notice board or on some wall somewhere. That I'll read this and do it again. Don't do that. I don't do that. I find problems. I will find problems in preparatory works. That problems I will find. If I think that I am going to concrete or going to do something else, I have to be clear about that, what way I shall do. And for that, important item that everybody should learn is I say concrete work or something which is very important work, and how we do that. We can simply go every time to site and tell do this and come back and do this. That's not right. There should be trust and working relation between engineer and site staff. Engineer means say contractors, agent and site staff who are ready on site. Site engineer cannot be ready there all the time because site engineers have more duties in office than site. Somebody should go there. So what we do actually to avoid that conflict of misinformation reaching site, best way is that we have a track. We have evolved a track, not we, I mean to say system has evolved a track, projects have evolved a track, and that is called all over the world. We use, maybe not here, but everywhere. I'm not sure about this, I've not seen that here. And that is how to work on every activity. And I will take that chapter also on this video talks later on when we come on to that. And that's called method statement. Method statement, or somebody called procedural statements. French people call procedures, English call method statements. So term is not important. description and information is important. We should have methods related to permanent works, pertinent activities like earthwork, excavation, indeed, or slow foundations. These method statements are actually unavoidable. You can say you cannot dispense with. These are indispensable. Whatever experience you have. Yes, you can refine those statements. You can simplify those statements so that your people on site can conveniently understand those. That is possible. But you can't say no. You can't say no, you have to go with this. That's not right approach, because method statements are for you. Now, as I showed you many defects in those pictures, I just had put somewhere in between. Those I'll try to project them through share in other video possibly, so that you can refer to each other. Various methods are required, as I am saying now, for all activities, and methods are also required for such kind of defects that these pictures indicate or show. Means you have caused defect on site, and your people are just repair them themselves without even informing someone responsible. And maybe you instructed your people to cause dishonesty, but that's not answer problem. That's very bad answer. You have to think of is how to repair their mistakes. You have to go through certain, people online. Method means communication to everyone on site how we have to do this activity. The smallest activity to top activity, and most important activity on projects is RCC element. Of course, others excavation is also there. You cannot simply say most important is RCC. One of the most important. Excavation is very important. You take it easily. Maybe you are lucky that you got good site and you didn't find any problem in excavation. Excavation is very important activity. It's not simply excavate. To understand that, understand strength of that soil in trench. In put you excavate, you have to make sure your soil is strong enough to take or to bear or to transfer those loads, those forces that are fulfilled. You say it's design. Yes, there is a design. Yet you are contracting. You have to make sure that design works on that. And that is called revision of design, review of design. Review of design in relation to that formation level you are going to work with. Even if it's not indicated on your specification, the scope of work, you have to make sure that this would work. And if you have some doubt, then you can discuss with engineer. There's a doubt. Don't forget that you are also an engineer and you know design. You can make use of that. Method statement, I would say again and again to everybody, don't make haste. Don't make haste. Because doing wrong something is not good for you, for your organization and for everyone. Error is error, mistake is mistake. Better to invest some time on thinking how to do best rather than doing worst. One worst activity leads to another activity which is worst, and that leads to another activity further worst. And you cannot also say it was approved. Even if it was approved by engineer, this doesn't mean this is right. It is your responsibility. You are paid for this work. Paid means contractors paid for this work. So contractor is delivering this. If contractor delivers this, then who is responsible? Contractor is responsible. There may be some engineer, I will say, there may be some contractor sitting on that, or some engineer sitting on that. How can you get rid of that bad work? Or you can say indirectly rejected work. How can you get rid of that? No way out. No way out. I am sure engineers do not realize problems. What problem they have to face if they ignore something. They have to face certainly nobody can help you throughout world. Even you cannot help yourself. Once you make mistake, you are going to be slaughtered. I mean to say mentally, not physically. You are going to be slaughtered. So you want to be mentally slaughtered, or you want to do something else, that you have to decide. You are master of yours. I am not master of yours. I have faced all this, and that's why I am just suggesting you, if you listen to me, if you understand me, mistake is easy and correction is very expensive. Expensive in money wise or in time, as well as on top of that your reputation. They will not remember your good work. Everybody says that column was broken because of this. This wall was demolished because of this. That cube failed because of this. They would not say you constructed 10 stories good. Nobody will say that. Nobody will say that. Always failure is picked up by everybody, and there are few people in this world who can help you correct that mistake. Very few God-fearing people. Means there are people who only backbite, and there are few people only, 95 to 98% people won't help you. By chance, if you are fortunate, 1% or 2% people are there in this world who do not want any credit, but try to correct those errors done by those others. Because if I criticize someone, I won't get any benefit of that. If I try to correct mistake, I may learn something. and if this was mistake, I could solve this way, and I make that my point. I can solve this in future if it happens, or something like that. If I would solve it. So what I say, try to be sensible, not irresponsible. If you are sensible, you can win over projects. Projects, there was one foreman, good foreman, Lebanese foreman with us, and he was bridge expert. He used to call him, I can eat bridge. His English was very, they speak like that, some people, like our people speak. I used to interact with him, he was good in concrete work. And you can say, I didn't find our people to that level that he was. And because he poured my concrete, I prepared work for compressor foundation to about 500 cubic meter. And that was because he used to pour all concrete on that side. He used to lead a crew of concrete. And he had one general foreman above him, and he knew English, and he used to talk to other guys who could not speak English. So he had to discuss it. Once I had dispute also with him, but later on, after disputes happen on site, what to do. Then he used to talk, don't worry, I gave him a statement, see, I forgot his name, see, this is method you have to follow. Okay, he took paper, don't I know. Read, I have read it, no problem. I gave him everything, but he did that concrete, I'm not saying no. He did that. He did same way, but he changed style. He did not allow any concrete hole joint. He did not miss any vibrator. He did not allow any opening of sides. And he did his way, but he completed that. And then so other issues were there, he solved them. He also helped in some correction of side which are not complete. So he told me, I made that flyover, that bridge, I made that. And I eat flyovers, I eat bridges. What? Yes, he may say that. He knows everything about flyovers, about bridges. So I have seen that those people, because they are machine oriented from very beginning, and they do job in comprehensive manner, and they feel pride in that. It's not like our people. They feel pride in that. They operate machines themselves. They don't really, though they are operators, sometimes something happens, a machine is not able to come out of a trench for some reason. They know how to get it back. Our people could not do that, they did. So I'm not saying our people are bad. These people are, because since beginning of their childhood or their careers, they were machine oriented. Lebanon or Palestine or Egypt or Jordan or Libya, these countries are all of same nature. Means they can do work. Maybe they cannot write anything. They can't write. They don't know how to write. They don't know how to read. But they can arrange materials. They can, we call jugaad, they can do that. You tell them what drawing says. They don't understand what's written. They know drawing, but they don't understand what's written there. You tell them to do this, and they will do that. Because they are like, specialized activity people. They do only that. And if you tell them you have to do this, they will do that. That is where I say profession lies in. This is what I say is profession. I just call it profession. That you do it, and that's what is required, means because you have to do that. And without doing that, you cannot do anything else. So that's what I'm trying to say, that we have to produce that kind of skilled people here which we mentioned, our people don't understand concrete, and they used to understand temperature of concrete at that time. I am talking 2001, 2002, 2000. I am talking that period. That formed a new temperature of concrete. He used to take temperature himself. He used to slump his what's air required is. And even they put differential thermometer in that. And they know how to cure that. I told him we have to do curing like that. Thermal curing I discussed with Baruch engineer that he didn't want, because of massive block, he didn't want flooding. I went, no, don't do flood, don't. I'm a thermal engineering, I mean the thermal curing. Well, our people, what's thermal? How people ask him, what do you mean? Thermal curing? He was serious when he explained me, see what is purpose of curing? Purpose of curing this, what water evaporation exists, you have to add more water so that that's not allowed. Now what I want to say, I don't want that evaporation. What? I don't want that heat to go out from concrete. I want to cover it, you pack it. I understood, what he wants is okay. He says, just don't allow water. So he meant to say, sides are already covered, only exposed portion is top. You cover it with plastic, or you cover it with thermocol, or you cover it with sand. You cover in such a way that there should be no release of heat from concrete, either from sides or from top. You manage that way, and I want that. So we got it. We did it. Means, of course, there will be release from side shelter. So he says, if suppose there is something like that, you spray water outside, keep that area cold. That volume in which that concrete is, you keep there, maintain that low temperature. Well, this was something new for our people. So we believed only in water. So we did not allow concrete heat to come out, or you can say reaction of cement. Actually, cement was not OPC. That's also another point. It was GGBS, 70% replacement of OPC, means only 30% OPC was used, 70% GGBS was used, which itself is a low shrinkage material. It doesn't give much heat in beginning till few days or 1 week or 10 days. It's slow, it goes very slow heat generation. So naturally there won't be much heat rise. OPC releases too much heat, and that's why existence of cracks you can see, and absence of cold joints. I'm sorry, absence of some heat hot joints. So those people think in every way. Means one is use of 70% GGBS, which itself is wonderful, because we cannot use PFA to that level, up to 70%, and we can grind it to our requirement. It's not necessary whatsoever. You grind to whatever fineness you want, and as much as fine it is, better it is. Right? And you get microsec also. So that mix was designed in such a way that there should be no major release of heat immediately, and whatever heat is released, you pack all. And I saw that when we removed that after 3-4 days, of course we kept it means cold, means we spread polythene filled with what you call it, dust, or not dust, sand, dune sand, thickness, and then covered with polythene and then we kept cold by spraying top of that, so that water should not go to concrete but should remain, temperature should remain low, and around that spray. Water if required in daytime, or leave that, it's admissible temperature. So it worked well. When we removed shutter, means okay, fine, as usual it comes. So they just put curing compound around, and they started working on that, because all 7 days already over, so no need of further curing. If you do curing, normal curing, because on horizontal surfaces, curing compound is not very effective. Vertical could be just spring compound and that's it. So just after that is no problem. It's going to harden itself. So what I'm saying is we have to learn. Sometimes engineering always advances. It doesn't come back. It goes further and further and further. That's we require to understand it and know it. So what I want to share with you is life moves on in engineering and engineering does not end. It requires thought. When I wrote about this thermal curing here in Structural Engineers Forum in India or many other sites, I could not get any response. They could not understand what I was talking about. Nobody had an answer because they did not experience that. I was also first time to learn that in 2002 or 2001, I think 2000. So I can say it's also part of learning. That you learn from experience of others, and then what temperature variation should be there, what should be temperature inside concrete, what should be on surface of concrete, what difference of temperature is admissible in such a case. Everything requires certain understanding, and I did that very well. That's what I can say. And I therefore I'm always hungry for such information, and this information we get. Like cube results. Previously means you have got this grade and this, okay fine, but site conditions are different. Laboratory conditions is one, where you keep a cube in laboratory tank or on site tank. But on slab, this slab is not in water. You see, slab is not in water. You cure that. Condition of curing of slab and condition of cure your cube in your tank are very different. Their concrete cube is always in water, but your site is not in water. So how can you say what cube gives you result the same as site can give you? So for that I do test cubes. Take samples from site and go test, or you have to change your estimation, evaluation of this. You can't expect that what result you get from cube test should be same as site requirement. Now I think I have to close this video. It's already, I think, more, and well, I am upset that I could not share files with you today due to whatever reason it is, but it happens. Life is like that. We cannot avoid this, and we have to move further forward. I'll try to share those files in another video, if not on this, on other. Then stop using new, what they call it. Or I had to start with that in beginning. That was okay, but I thought I will take in mid path. It didn't work, so that's my fault. If I had taken in beginning, then I would not show your face to you. Then I have to just go from back. Well, then I have to take another one. Like that it happens. So let me see what can we do. We have to find solution for that. And if they say no, you have to follow Niban, we will follow Niban. No other way out. This is their property, their organization, Facebook. They don't listen to people. Even you cannot write to them by mail. That's another problem. And they are also right with millions of people and crores of people are using Facebook. They cannot answer to everybody. I appreciate that. Yet it's good that I could explain as much as possible to you. I explained about this permeability. I explained about this flow nets, and I tried to explain something else also. And I thought to continue that on, but I said no, okay, let me divert to something. And I tried to share with you this, you can say, management issues of documents which we need. That's also very important from my point of view. Even though what is advanced, but inspections and submissions and all these are very important, which we have to understand well, and we should not feel any shame on anything These are all part of life. We should really consider this very important, and if we consider it important, we shall be benefited. We shall benefit this. So youth are there who deserve benefit, but they have to take interest. I'm sure they are not going through my videos. I know my videos are longer than required, but they can watch a small portion. It's not necessary to see. It's up to them. I'm doing my job, and if you can't do this for you, I cannot answer this in whatever manner you say. That is life, and no one can hit it until you want. It's your jurisdiction, it's your discretion. What you want to learn or what you don't want to learn. God has given you, time has given you facility. We had no such facility in our time. I could not even imagine there will be Facebook in 2020. I will be talking to you on that. I did not even think of that I would have computer, or but it all came because of time. Passage of time. Time is very important, and time dominates everyone. So we have to be very clear that nothing is permanent and nothing remains forever for everybody. And that's what I say. With this, I will like to thank you those who take interest in this, and it's up to you. Again, I say, had I got 10 minutes more, I would have taken, but no problem, 10 minutes or 5 minutes, it doesn't make much difference. It's already 4 hours and 50 minutes approximately. So 10 minutes short because I started late, and doesn't matter. I think it's 5 hours now, because 5-10 minutes doesn't make major difference. So I could even talk more, but I think it's a problem for video watchers. And thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm now giving a bye-bye to you. Thank you very much. Good day, and hope I will be with you again.